we are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টার্ন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পথরপ্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত অধিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our foundational education in Indian languages. And there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact, because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আপিস পাড়ার খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আপিস পাড়ায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত আদিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আবিষ্কার খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্না বান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আবিষ্কারায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
Good morning, everyone, and very warm welcome to International Trade E-Conclave. The theme is globalization and trade in a post-pandemic world, India's Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. We are starting the opening session of part A, and we have very eminent guest of honor with us, Mrs. H.K. Joshi, Chairman and Managing Director, the Shipping Corporation of India Limited. She will be joining in a couple of minutes. We have Mr. Saurabh Datta, Chairperson of International Trade Committee, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Senior Vice President of Industrial Sales and Marketing of Exide Industries Limited. He will provide the keynote address and the industry perspective. I would request the Chairperson, Mr. Saurabh Datta, to take it forward from here. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for attending our conclave for this year. You know, ever since the COVID pandemic gathered momentum in March 20, the world economy has been in tatters due to the resulting health and economic shocks. To make matters even worse, many countries find themselves to be over-relying on their trade partners and are now struggling to meet internal customer demands, which has happened in many countries like USA. This trade imbalance and over-reliance issue becomes even more problematic when countries are engaged in industrial disputes. India is currently engaged in fighting a three-pronged battle. A, to get its fallen economy, which is growing at less than 3%, back on track. B, to fight coronavirus, although the cases have reduced, it is still a major issue as of now. And C, to guard its borders against the growing Chinese incursion in the region of Ladakh and along the line of actual control. The COVID-19 pandemic has devastated economies across the world, including India, which we were already languishing at 4.7% GDP growth in the third quarter of 1920. Within a few months, the pandemic had throttled the economy to contract it by 24% in the first quarter of the last financial year. In June, when we entered the unlock phase, the shutters opened after the longest break ever. Now, as we are set to welcome 2021, just how long is this journey to economic recovery? This financial year has been very bad, but the stock market indicates a recovery on the way. But is it the same situation in our exports? Exports rose only by 6% in September after contracting for 6 months in a row, which was very natural because we were closed for 4 months. Indian exports declined by 8.7% to 23.52 billion in the month of November, while imports fell by 13.3% to 33.4 billion. Export segment contracted for the second consecutive month in November because October drop was 5.1%. November was even sharper at 8.7%. It was led by sectors like petroleum, engineering, chemicals, and gems and jewelry. With the contraction in export and import, the country's trade deficit hit a 10-month high of 9.9 billion in November. So although the domestic market seems to be recovering, is poised for a recovery, exports, the same situation is not there. In rupee terms, exports stood at 1.75 lakh crores in November 20 as compared to 1.84 lakh crores in the year ago period, registering a negative growth of 5.2%. Imports declined by 10% in the same period. Our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi's vision and ambition for India to become fully independent and self-reliant through the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan is most significant. It means that India will reduce its overdependence on other countries for trade by focusing on inward manufacturing, promote Indian products, brands and services, by becoming vocal for local, and continue to trade with other countries, but aim to eliminate trade balances and wherever possible, adopt a mercantilist approach to international trade. Through Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, India will not cut off itself from the rest of the world, nor will it adopt anti-trade policies or protectionism. Rather, we will identify and promote industries and sectors where it has the potential and capability to scale up and be globally competitive. This would be extremely challenging. To fully realize the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, we will have to implement a series of reforms, policies, projects, and key initiatives in various sectors of its economy and business to foster innovation, growth, and sustainable development. Many such initiatives and policies are being planned and taken by the Indian government to revive every sphere of the liberal market economy to reduce its dependence on global suppliers by adopting the path to self-reliance while continuing to open to foreign direct investment. As I have mentioned that this would be extremely challenging, we have to reduce our imports while increasing our exports and bridging the trade balance. The objective of today's program thus evolves around finding out the strategies and preparedness of global play for Indian traders, particularly during the next normal days. Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan will depend a lot on factors such as trade finance, trade infrastructure, manufacturing units growth, and last but one of the most important, logistics. Our esteemed speakers will give their views and we will discuss in today's conclave. Thanking you and welcoming you once again. Conclave, I hand over back to Arnab.
Thank you, sir. Unfortunately, Sri Amitabh Pradhan, Director General, Directorate General of Commercial and Statistics, won't be able to join because of some exigency, and but he has kindly sent an address to us. Initially, he had talked about that how the pandemic had affected the overall industry and also the at the level of individual livelihood. But one interesting thing that I have noticed from his address that he's saying in one place that the economy is picking up, but as I see it through the export and import data, I find that it is very slow. I mean, pace is very slow. Atmanirbhar Bharat concept was first declared in May 2020 and today is January 2021. It took us about 8 months to organize and talk about this conclave. But if we discuss about Atmanirbhar Bharat concept after 8 months, even in terms of achievements for some sectors of the economy, it's not sufficient. We need to be much proactive and quick to respond to the situation. And he has mentioned that you have sessions like what we consume, what we trade, Atmanirbhar Bharat and preparedness for global play, which is good, but at the same time, I would like it to happen much earlier. So I would request that if Mr. Datto can highlight us that what were the challenges and how Exide from your perspective had overcome those challenges and how you have kind of, place down your turnaround strategies for combating this situation and get back to the growth path. Over to you, sir.
We export both in automotive and industrial and from various ports in India, the major ports. So we have factories in Haldia and we export from Kolkata and Haldia port. We have factories in Bangalore, in Hosur near Bangalore, and we export those products from our Chennai port. And we have a factory in Chinchwad and Taloja in West, and we export the products made in those factories from JNPT. So while we face the biggest problem and every exporter placed was in shipping our goods out. One was we had in Q1 the lockdown and our factories opened slowly. Export orders initially was not coming because all over the world we had the same problems everywhere. We had our partners, we had kept in touch with our partners. We had replaced our visits with e-meetings, with virtual meetings. We held them with throughout the shutdown. And finally, when their economies opened, we started getting orders from Q2. Once we start getting orders, our factory also ramped up production. And as of now, in the third quarter, our export orders have picked up and we have come back to our last year's levels. In fact, we are now higher than last year in terms of in the last couple of months. But the main problem, and today again we will discuss it in depth, is shipping. With Chinese imports drying up, there was a huge deficit of containers. And this container deficit led to less number of ships. So if I put it in a very, one sentence, if we could get containers, we could not get ships. If we could get ships, we could not get bookings. So the few ships which used to turn up in Haldia or Calcutta were overbooked. And as a result, bookings were being cancelled. So the next big challenge which we had was convincing our customers that, or our partners, that we will, be a bit late in delivering, but we will deliver. Now, a lot of our partners depend on us only. So we tried several ways. We tried forward booking. We have been, shipping from JNPT where the number of ships are, frequency of ships are higher. So we have tried a number of ways, but as we go forward, which we'll hear from our speakers in the second half, that how do we mitigate this challenge of shipping our goods out. What happens is when you have to increase exports, you either go in for new markets or you increase your market share in existing markets. One good thing about the export market is it is infinite. It is not a finite market like domestic. So in the domestic market, say we operate in various segments, but it is limited by the number of cars, by the number of trucks, by the number of telecom towers, and the expansion which is planned for them. However, in the global market, which is true for us and true for any company, the base would be very low. The scope of increasing would be much higher. So we have been able to get some new partners also on the way this year. And that would be our focus for next year, that increasing our export growth further, increasing our market share and tapping new markets. It is a difficult and very challenging proposition because everywhere in the world, whichever company, whichever industry you name it, there would be competition. So there would be local competition who would be in a better position than exporters who are away facing the challenges of global shipping. So this remains a challenge. We are trying to introduce new products. We are trying to expand our product portfolio so that we can approach customers and partners with all the product ranges which they deal with. So these are, the strategies which we are employing in increasing our exports.
So technology and innovation would play a major role in in kind of expanding the business for the future, for preparedness of the global play, for any manufacturing unit that you are referring to. And the initial challenges that we have faced in terms of migrating laborers, in terms of employers to the commute system, the whole infrastructure of laborers to join in the workforce came to a halt during the lockdown phases. And so with a very limited number of, and we have seen that expansion had been in phases. Initially there are certain amount. So everything will turn around and everything will, with a very positive note that you have ended. We have Mrs. H.K. Joshi, Chairman, Chairperson and Managing Director of Shipping Corporation of India Limited. A very warm welcome, madam. You have to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti. First of all, I would like to thank the Bengal Chamber of Commerce for giving me this opportunity to be able to interact on this very, very relevant subject, which I think any industry chamber would today be struggling with. So, Mr. Chakravarti, are you comfortable with my mask or do I remove it? Because normally what we do is I'm strictly sticking to the protocol, and we have the pandemic somewhere related to your subject also. So if it's okay, I can continue with my mask if my audible is clear.
Sir, I think as far as protocol is concerned, of course, you should strictly follow it. And we have our chairperson with Mr. Shoraba Datto with us. I'm also, I hope he would be completely agree with me.
Yeah, first of all, it's a privilege, both a privilege and a pleasure to welcome Mrs. Joshi, the chairperson and MD of Shipping Corporation. Thank you, madam, for joining our conclave. As far as, I completely agree with you that please continue. You are perfectly audible. There is no issue at all, sir. Ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Saurabh. Thank you so much. I think today the responsibility of leaders at every position is to actually walk the talk. And I think that's what we are trying to do. So let me just begin with my address on globalization and trade in a post-pandemic world. And this is a subject which is very close to the heart of our Prime Minister. And we are going to, what I'm going to talk, I'm going to integrate it with India's Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan also. As we all know that the year 2020 was just one leap day longer than 2019. So the difference between 2019 and 2020 was just one leap year day. But see how much of change 2020 brought in the lives of all of us. Reports say that only the world wars have rivaled COVID-19 for news coverage. And I think that's rightly so. The coronavirus crisis is a once in a century, a world-changing event for all of us. It's amazing how a tiny virus brought the complete world to a grinding halt, changing the life as we knew it. The novel coronavirus has killed more than 1 million people and infected many million. Since it first emerged in China, they say in December, there is contemplation that it was much before that also. However, this situation has compelled most governments to lock down their populations to a degree which was unimaginable until recently. And it has, of course, caused the most brutal recession in trade, which most of us would be seeing, haven't seen in our living memory. So while the ills of the COVID-19 are known to all, and it is well talked and deliberated, we need to ironically acknowledge that the COVID has also served as an engine of innovation. Under the lockdown, e-commerce as a share of retail sales increased, digitization substantially increased, human beings learned resilience, and those small values which were much needed came back, and the sales in retail actually increased as much in 8 weeks as it had done in the previous 5 years. Tremendous record. So more and more people work from home, and as we know, digitization got adopted at a rapid pace. This is actually going to change the way trade and business is going to go and how corporates are going to function in the times to come. Now, let's look at how the world after COVID-19 is going to be. I don't think it's likely to return. The world is going to return to the pre-COVID days immediately. 21, at least the previous half of 21 is going to be challenging, even though there are glimmers of hope as treatments are improving and vaccines are being prepared to be rolled out. However, the emergence of the new variants of the virus remain a challenge for all of us, and we need to see how things are going to happen. We've seen most economies going in for second lockdowns and for third lockdowns. And in this environment, I think the message I would like to give to the entire audience is that we need to ensure that we don't drop our guard at this time, because we've seen what's happened in the West. When the numbers started falling down, the guard was dropped, and then the second variant has started coming up, and the second wave and the third wave is coming up. So in India, what we need to ensure for an Atmanirbhar Bharat, as well as to ensure that the economy doesn't suffer more than what it has already suffered in 2020, it is the responsibility of every Indian, it is the responsibility of every citizen to ensure that we maintain our guard to support the economy and to ensure that we do not get hit by the second wave. I think that is the most crucial thing for trade, for commerce, and for the economy in the future days to come. The recent data has suggested that many economies have started to recover at a faster pace than which was anticipated before the reopening from the great lockdown. We shall not talk about the GDP numbers right here, because the GDP numbers are always open to questioning, and it always remains how those have been arrived at. So economies everywhere face difficult paths back to the pre-pandemic activity levels. Global trade has actually contracted over 10% in 2020, which is a space which is similar to what it was during the global financial crisis in 2008 and 2009. But if one really looks into it, the global order was in flux even well before the COVID-19 crisis broke out. The open system of trade that had dominated the world economy for decades had been damaged by the financial crash and the Sino-American trade war. Many trends were already underway in the global economy, which just got accelerated by the impact of the pandemic. We all know that in 1990, China became the world's factory and the borders opened to people, goods, capital, and information. And after the Lehman Brothers collapsed in 2008, most banks and some multinational firms pulled back. Trade and foreign investment stagnated relative to the GDP, a process which we could very easily call globalization. Then came President Donald Trump's trade wars, which mixed worries about the blue-collar jobs and the China's autocratic capitalism and a broader agenda of chauvinism and contempt of alliances. At the moment when the virus first started to spread in Wuhan, America's tariff rate on imports was back to its highest levels since 1993. And both America and China had begun to decouple their technology industries, and we've seen the changes since then. This brings us to my statement that the future is not going to be what it used to be. The decade 2020 has ended with a master change, according to me, that shall be a gateway between one world and the next world. And this brings us to the big opportunity which India as a big economy has, which we should capitalize. And this is what is the requirement of our country today. The unexpected upturns in a few industries and China's better than expected performance have raised expectations of a sharp rebound in the upcoming year 2021. Consistent with the projected recovery in the global activity, trade volumes are expected to grow in 2021. I will again not talk about the numbers, although what is said is about 7 to 8%, and by slightly better if we can improve on our own internal capabilities. The global trade prospects would also have been buoyed by the conclusion of crucial trade agreements in the closing weeks of the troubled year. The trade and cooperation agreement between the EU and the UK includes several provisions that have helped in reducing the uncertainties in the trade relations between the two partners after Brexit. For instance, the EU and the UK have agreed on a zero tariff agreement, which to the relief of businesses on the two sides of the channel are looking up at significant increases in the cost of doing business as compared to what they were thinking some time ago. The subdued trade volumes also reflect in part possible shifts in supply chains as firms reassure production to reduce perceived vulnerabilities from reliance on foreign producers. A reflection of this anticipated development is that foreign direct investment flows as a share of the global GDP are expected to remain well below their levels of the pre-pandemic decade. While all countries are expected to suffer large drops in exports and imports, the incidence is slightly uneven. The trade outlook is particularly bleak for tourism-dependent economies and for all industries which are related to that. Even though we have seen that a lot of effort is being made to open up these industries, but again, the second strain of the virus is again going to create a challenge for these related industries, to my mind, at least till June 2021. Our Honorable Prime Minister, amongst all this, has given a clarion call for a governance and a mindset overhaul through Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. In his May 12 address to the nation, the Prime Minister made it clear that an Atmanirbhar Bharat wouldn't be self-absorbed, but would rather integrate within the global economy. And that is the challenge. I don't think the Prime Minister alone, by declaring a policy, by talking of a vision, can bring the change. We all have to bring the change that we want to see in the Indian economy tomorrow. And with that, building local to go global is the motto, and that is very important. We need to start supporting our micro industries and the MSMEs as the government is trying to do today. It is like looking within at the boundless capacity of our people that will help us build our nation and also give back to the world. We don't have to only think about India. India is going to go global, and that is the dream and the vision which all of us have to fulfill. China has prospered the most from globalization. Why can't India do it? Its success was built on the just-in-time supply chain model that funnels cheap exports and components to thousands of businesses globally. During the pandemic induced lockdowns, these supply chains were disrupted, and like I said, they are bouncing back pretty fast. China is coming back to close to normalization very fast, endangering businesses and livelihoods around the world during lockdown, and we need to be guarded as these are now bouncing back to normalcy. The effects of this were felt even in India, where many sectors grounded to a halt initially for the want of supplies. According to the report by Fish Ratings, manufacturers in India rely on China for 60% of their electronic components, which is, I think, much the same everywhere else also. Scarier still, India's drug regulatory authority says more than half of the active ingredients need to manufacture antibiotics, vitamins, hormones, and steroids actually come from China. I think the pandemic has awakened us to being self-sufficient because of when the supplies got disrupted. And India has responded pretty well. We have demonstrated that we have not only the capacity but the capability as well. And going forward, we need to ensure that we invest and try to fulfill the dream of being an Atmanirbhar Bharat. The pandemic has only underscored the dangers of over-reliance on one nation or highly unstable supply chains. The reformist architecture, which is supporting Atmanirbhar Bharat, wants India to be competitive enough in attracting those businesses which feel that the pandemic exposes their over-reliance on a single country. It is about enhancing the ability of Indian companies to create world-class products and capture not only the domestic market, use the strength of the domestic market to penetrate into the global market. And that is be vocal for local and from local go global. It is about being a global champion. And I have the confidence that India can do it. Schemes have been announced by the Prime Minister under the 5-part stimulus package of 29.97 lakh crore, which is said to be about 10% of the GDP under the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, which is expected to have a multiplier effect on the Indian economy. The idea of the Atmanirbhar Bharat stands on the Indian economy, which is on the following 5 pillars. I'm sure we are all very well educated about those. So I will not go into the details of that. But the 5 pillars which the Prime Minister has talked about is the economy, the infrastructure, the system, and what I just mentioned about is the vibrant demography and the demand. All these seek to make the Indian economy robust in the long run by scaling up manufacturing, accelerating infrastructure development, attracting investments, and promoting a consumption-led growth. Like I said, it is time to become vocal for our local products and make them global. The Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji saw too much focus on efficiency and optimization as a pitfall for the global economy. Efficiency is a good thing, but on the way, we forget to focus on something equally important. This is resilience against external shocks. It has taken a global pandemic to remind us how important resilience is. This is what the Honorable Prime Minister has said many times. The global economic resilience, he said, can be achieved by stronger domestic economic capabilities, which mean improved manufacturing capacity, restoration of the health of the financial system, and diversification of international trade as the answer to the shocks triggered by the pandemic. Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan crafts an ambitious reconstruction plan while the nation works to end the pandemic. We have to share the prosperity, which I think can be actually a fruit of COVID-19 for the Indian economy as well as for the world, marked by shared ambition and global solidarity. Sizable, swift, and unprecedented fiscal, monetary, and regulatory responses maintained disposable income for households, protected cash flow for firms, and supported credit provisions will be required as we go along. Collectively, these actions shall prevent the larger financial catastrophe which we are all trying to control. Trade specifically has played a critical role in responding to the pandemic, allowing countries to secure access to vital food and medical supplies. Logistic companies played a vital role in keeping the world running through this crisis by facilitating trade. When economies all but closed down, logistics remained operational, literally oiling the wheels of trade. Logistics will continue to play a crucial role helping the world to mitigate this crisis. And probably that is the relevance of my presence today in this seminar, because I represent, in a way, the logistic industry. And I would like to bring to your notice that all through the pandemic, the Shipping Corporation of India did not shut down even for a single day. And that is the reason you can see the financial numbers of the Shipping Corporation of India as on 31st of March 2020, as well as for the half year ended during the current fiscal of FY21, to have actually outperformed the numbers of almost a decade. This happened only because the company continued to work unflinchingly to ensure that all the supplies, whether relating to crude or to essential requirements, were supplied throughout the pandemic. Now, that is the reason where I say that had the ships not plied, no trade could have happened. So logistics will continue to play a crucial role in helping the world mitigate the crisis, like I said. Now, who is going to manage the effective distribution of vaccines when they arrive? We all know what is the type of arrangement which is required for the vaccines. It will require substantial local warehousing capacity and the know-how of in-country logistics. The way we've all adapted in 2020 has been astonishing. With the well-planned economic strategy of Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan towards the vision of a 5 trillion economy, India is poised to be a manufacturing and a trade powerhouse at the heart of the global value chains. It is not yet time to wave goodbye to the greatest era of globalization and to embrace the globalization with more confidence and preparedness. I think we've got challenging times ahead, but I am sure Indian citizens, the Indian economy is going to rise to this challenge, and India should be seen tomorrow as a superpower. Thank you very much. This is all I had to submit today on this subject of globalization and the trade in a post-pandemic era.
Thank you, madam. Just before you have joined, we were just discussing between our chairperson and about the present situation in terms of container, the availability of the container and the availability of the ship. If I would request Mr. Datta, if you could kindly refer to the kind of constraints that the corporates are facing, ma'am can show some light on that. If you could kindly reiterate.
We were discussing, ma'am, on our, we export more than 200 containers a month every from our company itself, and summing it up in one line, there were no containers. If there were containers, there were no ships. If there were ships, then we were not getting bookings. So it was a big problem, a big challenge, which we are still facing now. So if you can just put in a few words on that, how do we overcome this challenge?
Mr. Saurabh, you are absolutely right. Despite those challenges, I'm sure you've seen how Shipping Corporation performed during this time. But you are absolutely right. We know the entire container manufacturing, because of the steel and manufacturing, we are not self-reliant with respect to containers. So I think this is where I'm in the process of writing to the Chairman SAIL and saying, why did India not think of being a manufacturing hub for containers? I think this pandemic has today taught us the biggest requirement is that we should be self-sufficient and self-reliant even with respect to container manufacturing. And because the pandemic suddenly brought a lockdown, you know how the trade functions, that empty containers are lying somewhere else, the demand is somewhere else, transporting the empty containers. And this is actually what happened throughout. And even the big shipping lines like Maersk and MSCME, in fact, for the initial 6 months of the pandemic, there were no port calls. They were skipping port calls, and services were not taking place. You are absolutely correct. Now the issue which remains is that until and unless in this situation you are not self-reliant, you will always be at the mercy of somebody or the other, because it's a clear equation of demand and supply. Once there is a demand and there is no supply, people are going to ask you exorbitant prices, which has been suddenly happening when you have seen that the trade has opened in November and December. You've also seen the sudden rise in the freight rates. So this again brings us to that same fact that we need to be more Atmanirbhar on ensuring that we don't need to depend externally for the infrastructure, because the containers become the infrastructure. And of course, even in terms of shipping, we are a very, very small percentage of the world shipping. So if Indian manufacturing will increase, definitely Indian shipping should increase at the same pace to ensure that we are able to carry our goods on our bottoms. I think this should be the policy going forward.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. Answered our question, and it again brings us back that we have to be Atmanirbhar, Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji's vision, and we need to move towards that. Thank you so much.
Another thing that I just wanted to mention over there, that yesterday we were organizing an infrastructure conclave where the chairperson of Inland Waterways, Dr. Acharya, has joined us. And she was mentioning that how only 2% of the capacity we have used, and how the whole game of external trade between, even with the neighboring countries like Nepal, Bhutan, even Bangladesh, can if we can utilize in its full capacity, then how it could be a game changer. And slowly we are picking it up. If you can kindly end your if you can kindly show some light on the usage of inland waterways and the bilateral trade, if you could kindly say a few words on that.
Mr. Chakravarti, you are again absolutely right on the fact that we've got immense amount of potential in terms of rivers, but these have actually not ever been made navigable. And even 70 years after independence, we are still far way off as compared to the West, which have been using their own channels and their own rivers for purposes of navigation and transportation. But that is the need of the hour, because we all understand and we all know that while water is the cheapest way of transportation as compared to the road, which is the most expensive, but what has happened is that there has been a slight skewed development, because of which the multimodal transportation today is not really working out to be the cheapest and the most convenient, because of the end-to-end linkage, which is still not properly established. So, and also the navigation of our rivers, the silting in the rivers as well as the draft in the rivers is a very big challenge. But I would like to tell the audience that despite all this, Shipping Corporation of India will very soon be making an announcement. We are getting into a collaboration with Inland Waterways of India, and we are going to start our services through our 100% subsidiary, which is Inland and Coastal Shipping, which is actually based out of Kolkata. This is a Kolkata registered company, and we are going to start a regular service on NW1. So this is an announcement which is going to come very shortly, I think within the next couple of days. So Shipping Corporation is going to take the lead in terms of making these our waterways to be a regular service on these waterways. So we are planning for that.
Thank you, ma'am, and congratulate you for this wonderful initiative. Now, with this, we come to the end of part A. We are immensely grateful to Madam Joshi for her gracious presence, and also we are immensely grateful for Mr. Saurav Datta to plan this program at an apt time when we need to discuss about this Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan and how it's intervened with the international trade. So we conclude at this point of time the part A, and we'll be back with the audience soon at 12 o'clock sharp. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, ma'am.
B, which is, let us start the session. Can we go live right now?
Yeah, ready.
Welcome back. And we are starting the opening session part B. The theme of the session is tackling trade finance strategies in new normal world. We have very eminent speakers over here. Mr. N. Ramesh, Deputy Managing Director, India Exim Bank. Mr. CNA Anbarasan, Executive Director of ECGC Limited. Mr. Neeraj Prasad, DGM SME, State Bank of India. Mr. Viraj Shah, Director, Business Development, DRIP Capital. The session will be moderated by Mr. Rajiv Moitro, Member of International Trade Committee, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Director, Consulting, Energy and Resources, Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu India LLP. Over to you, Mr. Moitro. You have to unmute yourself, Mr. Moitro. Yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon, eminent speakers, dignitaries, honorable chairman and members of International Trade Committee at BCCI, webinar participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege to moderate this session on the theme tackling trade finance strategies in a new normal. First, would like to welcome the distinguished speakers for this session, Shri N. Ramesh, Shri CNA Anbarasan, Shri Neeraj Prasad and Shri Viraj Shah. We are indeed grateful to have 4 of you today. Regarding the session context, we are all aware that about the impact of pandemic on business and trade. And trade financing is going to be one of the critical enablers for trade to, I would say, rebound. And it has already also evolved over the years, facilitating around 80% of world trade. Global revenue from trade finance is estimated to be around $40 billion in 2020. However, there are concerns related to trade finance globally as well as in India, regarding high cost and complexity of compliance. We all know that Indian trade, the total exports was around close to $528 billion in 2019-20. Imports was around close to 600. And Indian trade has been traditionally impacted by various metrics like turnaround time, operating cost, physical documentation, etc. So the cost of compliance is always going to be high. And here, trade finance can play a major part. These actions of the Indian trade have limited trading volumes, and if you look at India, trade finance exists in various forms. In terms of facilities for pre-sales and post-sales requirement, packing credit advances, bill discounting, letter of credit, VG facility. We looked at some of the key pain points for the sector. So what we understand is the entire manual process for contract creation and reviews, AML controls, enforcement, documentation checks, and duplicate factoring, and these are some of the issues that many of the exporters have pointed out over and over again. Very important to point out is in terms of the working capital to trade finance, the MSME exporters find access to formal credit and liquidity very difficult. Recent RBI data shows that loans to MSMEs have fallen almost 4.96% YOY. Here, informal credit can play a big part. In fact, fintech companies are providing easy credit and trade finance solutions to MSME exporters. Alternate financing options such as supply chain financing and factoring are gaining traction in the Indian space. And more important is new technological innovations and digitization. For example, blockchain and some of the other innovations are expected to reduce costs for trade. Very important, disruption trade supply chain. We all saw that how COVID-19 had impacted supply chain around the world and in trade, and it has pushed banks to move to more trade finance transactions to digital platforms. With this context, some of the key questions for the session are, for the eminent speakers, what are the trade finance related challenges faced by exporters, bankers, and financial institutions, fintech companies during the pandemic? What are the potential opportunities to trade finance to enhance ease of doing trade and liquidity for Indian exporters, especially MSMEs? How does the trade finance scenario compare with some of the leading countries in a post-COVID world? What are the likely policy interventions and regulatory enablers required to promote trade finance in India? and how can we increase MSME lending and increase MSME competitiveness, and what are the innovations in retail trade finance expected in the near term, and some of the new instruments that are going to come, and lastly, what are the evolving role of Exim Bank and ACGC going forward? These are some of the leading questions I would like to put in front of the eminent speakers, and I would first request Mr. Ramesh to start off his discussion. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Ramesh.
Thank you, Mr. Maitra. The agenda for the discussion you have set out very clearly, and those are the right pointers. As you have explained, globally the trade finance is an important component in the world finance, and then 80 to 90% of the world trade is in trade finance part. Before the pandemic struck, even before that, the US-China trade relations greatly impacted the world trade, and then the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative that had its own impact. So prior to onset of this pandemic itself, the world trade had been contracting to a larger extent, and then this has really had severe impact during the COVID pandemic. But I would say, I think India has been out there in the contraction in the world trade, as we had come out with a very less impact per se, I would say. So that is quite evident from the numbers we have seen with respect to exports from India, which was down by 14%. But I think this I'm telling from April to November statistics, which stood at $304 billion. But as we are closer to the year ending, we may be matching up the previous year and may even slightly turn positive also. Of course, our imports have been quite reduced, for that matter, about by 30%. So there had been a paradigm shift in the way our export composition also changed during this particular year. The discretionary spending, the large-scale spending, those export had been quite limited. The project goods, gems and jewelry, leather products, the offices equipment and all, they have seen decrease more than 30-40%. But fortunately, the sectors which were kind of not doing so great had picked up quite a lot. Just to name a few: agriculture product, minerals, the chemicals, pharma sector had been a star performer. So there is, going forward, if we continue the same trend, we will be having a very good growth in all these sectors. Now, coming to the trade finance scenario, of course, by end of June, we will not be having a proper comparison. That's the latest figures available in the public domain. Indian trade finance advances had been around 1.82 crore. So which is a decrease of 10% compared to the previous year. Of course, the economy was little slowed down during this particular period. Now, government has taken a lot of initiatives. Once the lockdown was announced, the Honorable FM and Honorable PM announced the Atmanirbhar package, followed it up with ECLGS, version 1, version 2. And then the most important, which really had a larger impact on the exporters, is export credit was also eligible to be provided under priority sector lending, and the contours of it were changed to see that eligibility to the borrower, limits were changed, and the maximum lending also is kind of changed. So this has come in very handy during this difficult times, and the bankers could provide a larger exposure to exporters at a lesser interest rate. Now, if I speak of Exim Bank of India, although we didn't utilize it, RBI immediately sanctioned us a line of credit of 15,000 crore for 90 days, and then we were given a $1 billion foreign currency line as well. We didn't utilize it because we could manage with our own resources part, but that has been the proactiveness from the government of India and Exim Bank as well. of course, the one important aspect in this discussion is to what can be done to finance scenario. So there was a study conducted to see how to improve the export financing framework. Our MD Sir David Ruskinas was the chairman of this particular group, and co-chair was Special Secretary from Department of Commerce. There had been a certain pointers provided from this working group. I would just like to reiterate much of these recommendations had been put in place, and some are under progress. The export credit finance facility, which was there earlier, that needs to be reinstated. So, and if it can be linked with the repo rate, so that's going to be helping to moderate the interest rate on rupee export credit. So, much of our pre-shipment credit, I would say, is on rupee based. So that would get greatly benefited. Now, the foreign currency post-shipment or pre-shipment credit, that is not having an interest equalization component, which is available for the Indian rupee component. So, if government provides a special window facility for banks with this particular interest equalization, the exporters can be getting their finance at a reasonable rate. Then another suggestion was, we have a lot of unexplored markets. Our exports had been targeted to a certain set of developed countries, and then a few developing countries where the banking and financial institutions are having a good presence, and then a large part of the world is not explored by Indian exporters. So there is a possibility of a trade credit facility so that we can access the CIS market, Latin American market, and some of the African countries also. So here we can extend this trade credit facility to some of the financial institutions, identified ones, so that that particular facility can be used for importing importing Indian goods and services. As part of Exim Bank's policy, we have been continuously exploring and then providing this kind of facility to certain of our partner financial institutions in the African continent. Now, another important thing, there are increasingly certain countries had put under sanctions, either OFAC or embargo has been put. So there, the regular financial institutions would not be able to continue transacting with those countries. The financial transaction would invite a lot of sanctions, and then the larger interest of the bank will be compromised. So we had developed a concept paper and then given it to Government of India to take forward the counter trade arrangements. These are the countries which are rich in minerals, rich in oil, and certain other products which Indian importers would need, the domestic market would need. So if there is a possibility to exchange goods and services from India with this particular goods instead of it can be a mixed proposition of a simple barter, or as a whole or part of this particular payment can be through the quantities which we require. So different scenarios have been explained. I think going forward, the Government of India would be seriously looking at it so that our interests and our needs are also fulfilled. Now, there is a good factoring market in India where MSMEs are getting benefited, and Ministry of MSME had been kind of pushing a lot on bringing a lot of MSME exporters as well as the industry to come into the factoring part. But in the international factoring part, there is less of a movement on that on this account. Per se, with the smaller exporters, the larger exporters can always open a international subsidiary and then access the international factoring market. But whereas the smaller exporters would not be having that luxury, I think there is a need to develop this particular market as well. So these are the important recommendations on the regulatory part of it, or new innovative solutions to develop the trade finance. Of course, Mr. Maitra did mention about the blockchain technology, I think this is one important, technological development which is going to improve trade finance quite significantly. Of course, the entire gamut of financing can come in here, but trade finance is more akin to do this, and the cost reduction, accruing to the exporters will be quite significant. Of course, there have been a few of the banks which have been, kind of in the forefront, and they had been experimenting with blockchain technology for trade finance. I just would like to quote few. HSBC India and ING Bank Brussels did this. ICICI Bank and Emirates NBD had done this. NBD has done with Stanchart. I think the inclination from commercial banks is increasing, and I hope with the SWIFT system also trying up the blockchain technology in the trade finance, I think this would get a big boost. Now, I'll take a few more minutes to try to emphasize on where does Exim Bank play its role in the trade finance part of it. Although the bulk of trade finance is in the short-term part of it, the LCs and the other facilities, which constitute in any country about 75 to 80% or up to 90% also. Exim Bank plays a lot role in the medium and long-term trade finance. The short-term finance is largely looked after by commercial banks in India and doing great in this respect. In the medium and short-term, medium and long-term finance, Exim Bank has got several bouquet of products. Of course, we are running the Government of India's line of credit program as well. We have around now about 266 lines of credit with about 62 countries. We have sanctions of nearly $26.6 billion. So this is one effort to see that the interest of Government of India and the needs of the developing countries are being met in this particular setup. The other important program is the Bias Credit Program under NEIA Trust, where the Exim Bank, ECGC, are working together, and this is a very unique kind of a model. The structure is very beautiful, wherein Government of India has provided a certain financing and made a trust to cover for the insurance needs. The Exim Bank is providing the long-term financing part of it. ECGC is underwriting the insurance cover here. So we have been able to provide facility for project exports for about 30 projects. As of now, around $2.9 billion worth contracts had been supported. So these are the ones which normally the other commercial banks would try not to attempt. So Exim Bank is pitching in that particular space. We have also have tie-up with a lot of the African countries and the development institutions where trade finance facility is being, trade credit facility is being given, and the only mandate is to import from India either goods or services. A new program of Government of India, that is Ubarte Sitare program, which was a concept developed from Exim Bank. We had provided it. A lot of Indian SMEs are there, which have been doing great in domestic market, quite successful with their product, and which is also useful for launching it in the international market. I mean, their products can definitely gain an entry to the international market. May not have the bandwidth, the guidance part of it. All those market information may not be available. In Exim Bank, we are providing, identifying such opportunities first, and then those champion companies, if I can put it so, those will be provided technical as well as financial assistance also. So that's a small introduction to our major programs which are with respect to the trade finance part of it. So going forward, I think this trade finance facility need to be enhanced the way we are currently operating is not going to really, going to help exporters in a big way, because the world is moving in a different direction. This is an opportunity pandemic has offered to us to do things in a way which we thought was not possible about 6-7 months before. One example is this particular event itself. So I think we gradually move towards the technological component to be playing a great role in the trade finance. From Exim Bank side, we would be facilitating any such move, and we have been forefront of this. Thank you, Bengal Chamber of Commerce, to provide this opportunity to put forth the views of Exim Bank on the trade finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh. I think really it's a pleasure for us. I have a couple of questions for you before I move on to the next speaker. So there is a Gujarat committee which was set up in 2018 August, and it had actually reviewed the export credit scenario in India. So there are a couple of areas they mentioned about the restoration of LOU, LOC with proper safeguards, because typically if you look at these instruments, the exporters are using this to import critical raw materials because it is easy way of doing it. And the second thing they have asked some of the I would say institutions is differential margin or collateral requirements for issuance of LCs or BGs, but in MSMEs, particularly in cases where credit cover is from ACGC. Now, if that's the case, ECGC is working with Exim Bank for giving the insurance cover. But are the MSME exporters given some differential treatment in terms of these, taking these lines of credit?
Yeah. The Gujarat Committee's recommendation on the LOC safeguard is very valid, in the sense it provides a lot of opens up new opportunities for the Indian exporters where we had not been exporting as of now, or our interest from Indian exporters had been quite limited. So we had provided such facility to TDB, the Eastern Southern Exim Bank in Africa. Afro Exim Bank, we have such facility. So we typically what we do is we provide a certain, say, 50 million or 100 million line of credit to this particular bank, so that I with a statement, with a particular requirement that they should be used for this facility should be used for importing Indian goods and services, and they have been doing great. I think we just need to ramp up on that part of it, and then try to even venture into some of the other African nations and the Latin American countries. So and of course the CIS countries also, there is a good opportunity on that front. We are in talks with our sister organizations, the other Exim banks and the export credit agencies. There are few talks in advanced stage, so we'll be able to do some more on this front. The second part of it, I think it's more related on the short-term credit. I think we have this arrangement with ECGC with respect to the medium-term, long-term. When I say medium-term, it is above 8 to 10 years. So this particular arrangement we have, and then the margins are definitely different in this perspective. I would request my colleagues from SBI to comment on the differential margin part for the LCs part of it, which is more on a short-term credit.
Sure. Thanks so much, Mr. Ramesh. I think that was a leading question for my next speaker, Mr. Anbarasan, about the role of ECGC and how exporters can get more facilities and less documentation. I think one of the major challenges for MSME exporters is around documentation. So yeah, over to you, Mr. Anbarasan, if you can talk about ECGC's offerings and some of the major innovations in the recent years and going forward as well. Mr. Anbarasan, you there?
Yeah, I am coming. Yeah, I am coming. Is it audible?
You are audible.
Excuse me,
Yes.
is it? Yeah.
But you are not visible. I think the camera is not, is on the other side.
So previously your camera was at the right position. Previously your
Right
camera was
position.
at
I
the
will.
right position.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Now
Yeah.
it's
Now
proper.
it has come.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Rajiv. Good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon, Mr. Ramesh. Good afternoon to the organizer, BCCA, means Bengal Chamber of Commerce. First of all, I would like to thank Bengal Chamber of Commerce for inviting ECGC, also one of the speakers in the program. So coming to the subject, the credit means trade finance. Any trade finance requires the finance. The trade finance is the finance extended by the bank. As far as the ECGC is concerned, we are the insurer, insuring the risk or credit. So credit is the lifeline of a business. So banks are extending credit to the exporters as well as to other customers. So the financing the credit is necessary to sustain the business cycle in any business cycle. This trade finance is the fuel of business. It helps the business to sustain and expand on liberal credit terms. However, this credit is having its own inherent risk, which is entering to the liberal, extending the finance liberally. So, thus it is necessary for the risk, either the risk to be mitigated or reduced or transferred, so that the trade credit can be financed liberally. Normally, the important risks in credit transaction is payment risk, political risk, rejection risk, and corporation risk such as buyer's risk or the bank risk. The trade finance also exposed to this risk wherever credit is financed. See, coming to the trade finance, there was a study by the Asian Development Bank. It estimates that structural shortfall of the trade finance is estimated around 1.5 trillion in recent years, particularly in developing countries. That study also reports that 45% of trade finance applications are being rejected. This is particularly for SMEs. I am talking. 45% of SMEs applications are being rejected, compared to 39% for mid and large corporates, and 17% for the multinational companies. This shows that a lot of medium and long-term export finance means SME sectors applications are getting rejected more. The same way, the applications of women entrepreneurs is being also rejected to the 44% compared to 38% of male-owned entrepreneurs. So, to tackle this situation, providing better access to trade finance for SMEs and businesswomen, we will have to bring the narrow the gap. Then only this will give inclusive growth for the sustainable development of the business. For that, technologies, the earlier speaker told, the technologies such as blockchain and big data, that will enable to narrow the gap of the this trade finance. So coming to this risk, then credit risk. What is the role of ECGC? I will simply tell about what is the credit agency, export credit agencies such as ECGC, because more than 58 credit export credit agencies are there in the world, including ECGC. We are also one of the members in the ECA, means we call it ECA, export credit agencies. We are providing this credit risk to the exporters as well as to the bankers. So you see, it's all of you aware that it's a Government of India organization. It was established in 1957 with a goal, main goal to provide insurance covers to the exporters as well as to the bankers, to cover the commercial as well as the political risk under short term and medium and long term. And short term is the credit up to 360 days. Then medium and long terms beyond 360 days, which may extend up to even 15 years period. So what ECGC provides is, we have been giving cover almost 239 countries. Last few years, if you see the data, more than 200 countries were covered by ECGC. Even nowadays, a lot of private players also came into the market. But however, we are the premier insurance agency. We are extending cover to all the countries, even restricted cover country. We say restricted cover countries in the sense that the country is economically and politically very weak. The risks are very high. In that countries also we have been giving cover. Under medium and long term also, Exim Bank, Mr. Ramesh also knows that we have been extending cover to the risky countries like Uganda, Tanzania, like a lot of African countries. So coming to the total coverage, means ECGC, our main coverage, major coverage is mostly to the developed countries such as US, UK, Germany and UAE. The major sectors covered is the engineering goods, textiles and allied products, and leather products, chemical and pharmaceutical, agriculture products, which are all the employment intensive sectors. We have been giving a cover. So we have 19 products for the exporters, then 11 products for the banks, and 12 products under medium and long term covers. So coming to MSME, specifically we are most of our cover more than 85%, about 90% of our customers are MSME sectors. We have a special covers for MSME sectors also. There are two policies. One is small exporter policy and micro policy. Under this micro policy, micro exporters policy, we have only 5,000 rupees we have been collecting. Then we are giving cover commercial risk, political risk and LC opening bank risk we are giving. For that, even they don't need not necessary to apply for a limit, buyer-based limit. We will give access to the exporters. He can access our system, intranet, where he can check whether the buyer is in specific approval list. We call it a buyer-specific approval list. If he is not in that default list, then he can freely some limit up to 500 lakhs, 15 lakhs, up to 15 lakhs without any approval, they can export to the buyer. This is the micro export. Same way, small exporter policy also we are giving cover for the exporter whose turnover is 500 lakhs or 5 crore. Up to 5 crore we have been extending cover to the small exporters. So the same way the exporters, we see the cover we are extending to the exporters, we are extending cover to the banks. The banks, what is the cover we are, this will help the banks to liberally extend the working capital to the exporters. If the exporter fails to repay the money under any circumstance because of default or insolvency or any reason, then we will compensate the loss, which varies from 60 to even 95%. Under this, one more thing I want to mention, that for micro exports, we are extending cover up to 95%. Now recently we have introduced in line with the Government of India's circular, Micro exports, for normal cover we are extending to the bank is 78%. Whereas micro we are extending cover up to 90 or 95%. If it is a political risk, then we are giving up to 100%. This is the we are giving cover, sir. During this coming to the pandemic, during this pandemic period, like the government of India has announced a lot of stimulus package. All ECAs, export credit agencies, have announced a lot of measures to the exporters and policy holders. Same way, ECGC also announced a lot of measures to these exporters. We have waived some credit limit application fee. We have reduced the policy processing fee. We have extended the submission of documents and other compliances. We have extended time limit up to September, October, August, and afterwards we have extended up to December. So because of this pandemic, because they cannot submit the monthly declaration or they may not comply, then we have also given discretion to exporter to extend the credit terms. They would have extended, they would have shipped on 90 days, DA 90 days terms, for example. Then we have given discretion to the exporters, they can extend the credit terms up to 15 months. Like that we have given. Then we have reduced the waiting period. Normally, if it is the default happens, the exporter can wait, we have to wait 4 months to file a claim. That we have reduced to 1 month.
So,
like that, sir. Yeah, tell me.
I think we are
yeah, tell me.
Paucity of time. I would request if you can summarize and we can go to the next speaker. So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
One question for you.
Yes,
you mentioned about the ADB study which happened in 2019, and I think if you look at the top 2 challenges for trade finance, the gap. One was mentioned as AML KYC requirement, which is the documentation, and second was around the the transaction cost. So if I look at some of the insurance and guarantee that you're giving for export kind of exporter, how is that is impacting these 2 major challenges in terms of documentation, because that is one of the critical issues that people have mentioned, and second is the cost, transaction cost.
Sir, documentation in the sense bank handling documentation that you are talking about, or the documentation what ECGC is required?
No, the question is, I think Mr. Prasad can answer that.
That's why I'm asking.
That's a leading question for Mr. Prasad as well. So whenever ECGC is guaranteeing or is insuring any exporter, in that case, how will that kind of the banks take it forward in terms? Is the documentation lower? Are they given a differential treatment? I think that's a question I asked Mr. Ramesh as well. And so, yeah, I think probably I would request Mr. Prasad to talk about that. Mr. Prasad,
yeah, that is, shall I finish? Or
yes, I would come back to you. I would come back to you on the top opportunities. Mr. Prasad, you are there?
Thank you.
You want to know, you want me to speak on the documentation part?
No, you can cover it as a part of your,
Okay.
speech.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate Bengal Chamber for organizing this webinar and inviting me also, giving me the opportunity to be a part of it. And I'm really very, very much impressed with the deliberation of Sri N. Ramesh, DMD, India Exim Bank, and Mr. CNA Ambarasan, Executive Director, ECGC. Excellent deliberations I have witnessed, and I really got my knowledge I was able to enrich. In fact, this year, the pandemic has really brought all of us.
Mr. Prasad, if you could kindly put your video on. Sorry for interrupting.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Is it okay now? Is it okay now?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. In fact, the year 2020 has been very, very challenging year for all of us. In fact, as I'm in SME, we have seen that the maximum brunt of pandemic has been borne by the MSMEs. We were nurturing many accounts, many customers, and we have seen them facing the pain, difficulties, liquidity crunch, and those, as we have seen it from very close quarter, we have experienced and we have learned a lot of things, and that would be coming very handy for all of us in the days to come. First of all, as the pandemic started, our first priority was to lend a very helping hand to our MSME customers, and SBI immediately came out with a product named Common COVID Emergency Credit Line. This was a product designed to provide liquidity to the customers to restart the business which was almost stopped, with a business which had almost come to standstill. So this product was designed and it was launched. Immediately thereafter, the Government of India also came out with a Government Guaranteed Emergency Credit Line, GECL, and just like to inform that, as I'm posted in Bengal alone, we were able to sanction 41,000 loan under GECL, Government Guaranteed Emergency Credit Line, that too to the tune of around 1,200 crore. So, and for that we, as we are in a way in the operations, the branches, the branch manager, the processing cell, all the employees, they were all rushing to the customers to provide them the support and to ensure that these customers are able to come out of the difficult situation as early as possible. As part of the COVID relief package and to improve liquidity, the eligible customers were also provided with the facility of reduction of margin, reassessment of working capital limits, interchangeability of between fund-based to non-fund to tide over the liquidity crisis. So these were the things that we have done, and wherever we have seen that the problem was more acute, we have also tried to provide the restructuring opportunity to those customers. In fact, a bank has always been trying and making effort to go digital to the fullest. We already had products like e-Mudra, contactless platform for our MSME customers. And during this pandemic, a few more products were also designed to basically one product like we talk about SME gold loan. We had gold loan product for our P segment, for our agri segment, but a new product, SME gold loan, was launched, and to provide basically to the liquidity to our SME customers. And the interest rate at present is around 7.25% only. So at a very low cost, the liquidity is being provided to the customer so that they can run the business, they can run the show well. One, as we are talking about the liquidity problem the customers have faced, we have also designed one product, pre-approved business loan. This product is meant for those customers who are maintaining current account with us. So far, they have never requested or they have never availed any loan facility from us, but seeing their trade credits and other discipline in the account, we have through our artificial intelligence and machine language and analytics, we have identified such eligible customers, and we are providing loan under PABL, pre-approved business loan. This is a very popular product now in SBI. Now, coming to the theme, trade finance definitely is an umbrella term which covers many financial products that banks and companies utilize to make the trade transactions feasible. Trade finance has basically been the business of financing international trade, predominantly through the use of letters of credit. They are very helpful in mitigating majority of the risk of international trade. The government of India has recently come out with Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. It's a very ambitious plan, and the government wants to focus on inward manufacturing, promote Indian products, brands, and services. It means that the country wants to maintain trade relations with the rest of the world, but at the same time want to eliminate trade imbalances. The world has seen that over dependence on a particular country or one country is not good, and as a country, India, we expect shift of business in our favor. When we talk to our customers, exporters, they are very, very optimistic that going forward, they will be getting more and more business. They will be able to get entry. They will be able to get entry in new markets. In all the endeavors, we are with our customers, as SBI has presence across all the major countries. Wherever we are not present, we, through our relations with other foreign banks, with the correspondent relations, we are able to provide services in any part of the country or the world, and we are ready to support and back our customers. Now, in this backdrop, the need of the hour is to educate, empower the customers, and enable them to take informed decisions. Towards this, ever since this pandemic has started, we have started conducting e-town hall meetings, webinars to guide the customers, to handhold the customers, and even giving them the confidence. And we are also sharing with certain our research finding, SBI research findings, to equip them so that they can take the informed decisions. This is the one step that we are taking on a regular basis. We already have products for pre-shipment credit, post-shipment credit. For rupee, we have EPC, PCFC, we have for foreign currency. In case of post-shipment also, we have many products, export bill rediscounting, negotiation, purchase, discounting, all the facilities, all the products are available. The customer can avail any of them depending on the requirement. Hedging also, forward contract, we are always encouraging the customers to mitigate the risk by availing the hedging facility. And because one mistake and the entire year's profitability is gone, wiped out, so we always encourage the customers to mitigate the risk. We know that in international trade, speed and accuracy is a must, and digital is the solution. Now, this last year when the pandemic started, the importance of digital has further increased, because now the customer does not want to visit the branches. They want to restrict their movements. So for this, we have products like eForex. We have one product, eForex, which allows the customer to book foreign exchange business sitting from the comfort of his home. He can take rate sitting from the comfort of his home office. So we are encouraging the customer very much. And in order further, recently we have empowered the customers by providing them the facility to open import LC without visiting the branch. So this is a facility we are encouraging the customers, and it is reducing the document part. The customer does not have to visit. He does not have to fill up so many forms. Rather, from the comfort of his home, he is able to key in the particular YONO Business app. The templates are provided for the convenience of the customers, and the customer can open import LC using the facility. These are the things that we have done. Going forward, we'll be making all possible efforts to further increase the digital presence in each and every area. And with this part, like in import LC, There's one FEMA undertaking, one common FEMA undertaking that we take in the beginning itself, and it avoids or it helps the customer to avoid hassles of stamp duty time and again. So these are the things that we have done, and if the customers are using the facilities, whatever we are providing, they can face the challenges better. And through this forum, we want to assure our customers, future customers, potential customers, non-customers, that we are always there to support them in their journey of doing business and improving their business. With these words, I would like to close here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brad. I would now request Mr. Viresh Shah to talk about some of the innovations that are happening in the this space.
Sure. So, can I share my screen?
Sure.
I think you might have to give me permission or make me the host. Okay, great. So,
Mr. Shah, before you start, request if you can restrict to 10 minutes because we already did it. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, sure. So I'll be very short. First of all, I would like to thank Arnab and the Bengal Chamber of Commerce for giving me this opportunity to speak and address the exporter community. The topic that I'm going to cover is how factoring has become a strong finance tool post-COVID. So DRIP is a fintech company. We're based, it's a US based company, but our core business is financing SME exporters in emerging economies, and India being the largest part of that business. We provide collateral-free working capital solutions for exporters, and like the other eminent speakers, like Mr. Prasad mentioned, that exporters are really interested in going digital. They want hassle-free processes. So that's what we try to do. And our process is completely automated and digital, and we try to disburse loans to customers in less than 7 days. So that's a little bit about DRIP. I'll quickly cover some data on how India's export performance has been through the year. So if you look at this slide, right, it sort of in one chart summarizes what a year this has been for Indian exporters. So it's been a complete roller coaster ride where exports were growing in Jan and Feb. We are on the way to sort of cross $30 billion in monthly exports, and then suddenly you see a huge drop. And then post May, once the lockdowns were sort of loosened and Indian exporters started getting back in business, they have recovered back to their pre-COVID levels by September and October, and that's it's a great achievement for the Indian exporters. And I must say that's a lot of hard work, and we must congratulate each and every one of them for their achievement. Even exporters from Bengal, we see that in the data that we've been tracking, that exports from Bengal have also gone back to the pre-COVID levels. Some of the key goods that are exported by Bengal are leather goods, agro products, seafood, right? And when we are speaking to all of these exporters that we work with and also promotion councils, what we hear from them is that while they've recovered, most of them are now facing issues of liquidity crunch and are looking for credit, because buyers for these products usually ask for credit, especially when you're working with buyers in developed countries. So that is the sort of problem which a lot of the other speakers also mentioned, which is that exporters are facing a liquidity crunch. Just to put some more perspective and numbers to the kind of crunch we are looking at. There are studies which estimate that just for Indian SMEs, there is almost a $15 billion gap in the credit requirement. And if you will see why this exists, right? So while SMEs are contributing almost 40% to Indian exports, if you look at the books of large lending institutions, SMEs only constitute around 17% of their book. So you can clearly see that while they're contributing to 40 to 50% of exports, they get only 17 to 20% of credit. So that's where most of the gap lies. If you compare India with China, US, Vietnam, or any other countries, you'll see that most of the SMEs are today financing their business with their own capital, with less than 4% in India having access to formal finance. Another issue that these exporters also face is that in India, traditionally, the collateral to loan value has been much higher than other economies. So even the 4 or 5% that do access credit have to put up almost 2.5 times collateral to the loan that they get. And that again limits the amount of credit that they are able to get from banks. If you will see how much of the bank's outstanding has been to MSMEs, it has more or less remained in the same range, which is around the 16 to 18% over the last 2 years. Even though RBI has announced rate cuts, banks are trying multiple things to push out more credit, but it's just the nature of the market, and it's not enough for MSMEs. The key reasons why this exists, right? First is most banks require hard collateral, and most of the SMEs that are there in the country do not have sufficient collateral to provide to banks to get access to that credit. The second thing is that most banks will evaluate SMEs based on their financial performance, and as any exporter can testify, right? If you are a small business doing everything end to end on your own, it's like the proprietor or the promoter is running accounts, he's running sales, he's running production. Everything is being handled by 1 or 2 people or a family. And in such cases, for them to have their financials well organized and chase banks for approvals, provide them with all the information they need becomes a big hassle, and hence they're not able to sort of access credit when required. There are other issues which are also leading to a liquidity crunch as the crisis unfolds. So first thing that we are hearing from some of our customers is that earlier they had long-term orders, which are now being changed into shorter orders or smaller orders over time. And that sort of is hampering their ability to plan and get credit. The second thing is because of these lockdowns, many exporters defaulted, and hence their accounts are appearing as stress, and banks are not ready to lend more to them. Again, not something that they can help, but that does lead to liquidity crunch. And also the measures that were announced by the government were not enough for these exporters, and all the process, right? The disbursement of these incentives and the way that they're supposed to collect it is so long drawn and cumbersome that they're still trying to get hold of most of these incentives, and that is leading to a financial crunch for them. So again, RBI's policies, where they did announce rate cuts, but like I said, it's difficult for the exporters to get credit from banks. The other thing has been the GST rollout, where MSMEs have to first pay tax and then wait to get their refunds, which is again leading to some sort of liquidity crunch for them. The fiscal package that was announced for MSMEs, which was it's a huge number if you look at in isolation, which is around 3.6 lakhs crores, was mostly in the form of a credit guarantee instead of actual liquidity. The other important thing to put into perspective is that 3.6 lakh crores gets divided amongst 50 lakh plus SMEs, right? And that is such a small amount. If you look at an exporter, it will not even cover one shipment. So while the number is large, it's not enough to help the SMEs. And the other issue that sort of crops up is that there's a limited window to avail of these incentives. And that leads to a lot of bunching up of requests for a bank or institutions which are giving out these incentives to handle. And that leads to delays and frustration both at the bank's end and the exporters' end. I think the other thing that exporters in India now need to figure out is how they can get off-balance sheet solutions like factoring so that their balance sheets become better, clean up, are less leveraged. So in the future, they're also able to access more bank funding, as well as have this other sort of line of credit to tap into whenever they need money for growth. The credit gap is also sort of accentuated by buyers. And as most of you exporters who are listening to this would be able to testify, right? Like most buyers will refuse to provide LCs and will demand credit from you. And you're not able to sort of provide them the credit, which leads to loss in orders in some cases, or having to borrow money or figure out other sources of capital which are very expensive. The other issue that SMEs also faces, many exports are cyclical in nature, right? So if you look at fashion goods, leather goods, if you look at agro commodities, most of the orders, or seafood also, most of the orders get bunched up in peak season. And that's when your requirement for capital also goes up. And it's difficult to find capital at the last minute. Right. And that is why what we suggest to most exporters is that even if you don't need a line of credit as of now, you should always have something available that you can tap into if you're getting an order, or also be able to offer credit to some of your customers so that you can get more demand from them. So that's how we've seen buyers also causing this stress for SMEs. What is DRIP's solution? So like I said, DRIP is a factoring company. Our solution is pretty straightforward and simple. The day it's post-shipment finance. So the day an exporter ships their goods, they can get 80% of that value as an advance from DRIP Capital. And once your buyer pays after say 30 or 60 days, you get the remaining 20%. And our pricing is also very competitive. It's in the range of 0.7 to 1% per month. And it's completely collateral free, making it easy for you to access. And also it grows, our limits grow with you. So this is sort of the key benefits of our offering. So it's completely collateral free. We provide up to $2.5 million of limit, low pricing, minimal paperwork. It will take you just about 2 minutes to apply online. So you can apply on our website, dripcapital.com. And in a day or two, someone from our team will reach out to you with an offer letter. Going back to what is it that we do different from banks, and why are we better at servicing SMEs than traditional banks, is that that is our primary focus, right? While for banks, their primary focus is the larger corporates. For us, the primary focus is small and medium-sized businesses doing around $300,000 to $5 million in exports. We onboard customers in less than 5 days. It's completely digital, no collateral required. And we also evaluate exporters more based on their trade history and relationship with buyers, rather than just looking at financial performance. To give a perspective of how DRIP has helped MSMEs over the past few years. If you will see, Indian exports have grown by 2% at a compounded annual growth rate over the last 5 years. For MSME, that number is 6.5%. But for MSMEs that have been working with DRIP, that number is 31%. So these companies have been really able to use the finance that DRIP is being providing them to grow their business much faster than the others. I would now like to discuss what DRIP did through this COVID to help exporters working with us, and the kind of impact that has had on exporters. So again, I'm comparing how Indian exports have shaped up over the year versus how exporters who have been working with DRIP have grown. So if you would see in the sort of 7 months from April to October, right, Indian exports grew from 10 billion to $25 billion, which is more or less the same level they were at in Jan before the crisis. But exporters working with DRIP were exporting around $180 million. So this is the total value of exporters that work with DRIP. Their exports have grown by 75%. So they are doing almost 2 times the volume that they were doing pre-COVID by October, right? So they took advantage of being able to provide credit to their customers, advantage of having cash available to pay off their suppliers or just manage business, and really grow their business in this crisis rather than just try to get back on their feet. In terms of how DRIP has been enabling them, we have since COVID, right, we went into, actually became much more aggressive with financing invoices, and we have doubled the number of invoices that we finance on a monthly basis, right? So if you will see the number of invoices being financed in Jan versus what we are doing in November, it's almost 2 times more. Our team has increased from 120 people to 180 people, and we are continuing to hire very aggressively. Again, if any of y'all are interested in opportunities in trade finance and would like to be a part of this amazing company, you can go to our website and apply, and we have openings across the board in various different roles.
Thanks. I think Mr. Shah, I think we are running short of time, so maybe in a minute you can wrap up.
Sure. So another thing where we helped a lot of exporters is that we helped them with the recoveries. So since they make their money when they get the remaining 20%, so we work very closely with exporters and buyers to help recovery. And we have helped almost less than 5% of our portfolio has had delayed payments. We launched a mobile app to make it easier for exporters to start getting financing in COVID. This is some of the reviews that exporters have given us, where they've said it's quick, simple, the relationship and service provided is great, it's backed with technology. This is a case study of one of our exporters from West Bengal. It's a seafood exporter. Since 2018, they have more than doubled their business, and almost 20 to 25% of their business is being financed by DRIP. They work with SBI and they're very happy with SBI as well. But they do prefer getting finance from DRIP because they feel it's much faster, and their SBI is not able to meet their complete requirements for credit. So for all the growth that they need, they come to DRIP to get credit. These are some of the other exporters, names of large exporters that we work with in West Bengal, and there are many more. If any of the exporters want references, we are happy to provide them. You can just get in touch and see how other exporters have had experiences working with DRIP. We continue sharing, and last is we've raised more than $100 million in capital, 45 million in equity, 55 million in debt, and are providing finance to exporters. So that's it from my side. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. Thanks for a wonderful presentation. So before I hand it over to Mr. Dr. Vivek Roy Chaudhary for the concluding remarks, probably I would like to have 30 seconds from each of you to talk about what are the top 5 opportunities or probably interventions that are required to boost trade finance in India. 30 seconds, please, not more than that. Just your thoughts. So I'll start with Mr. Ramesh and then go in the order for the speakers.
I think trade finance has very good days ahead, and as I have outlined in my earlier talk, we would continue to work on providing a framework for Indian exporters to access unapproached markets. We operate in a space where other commercial banks are not there, so we would try to support medium and long-term trade finance activities. And I would say startup, but the players like DRIP Capital and all, we would also be happy to support them. We would like to. I did mention in the international factoring part. These are great initiatives taken, and which are going to change the landscape of trade finance. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr.
Anvarasan, yeah. See, as far as ECGC is concerned, because I couldn't complete it, you have intervened. We have been supporting to the exporters for the last, since 1957. Last decade, we have paid about 8,000 crore claims to the exporters under short-term and medium and long-term exports receivables. Then this year, as of now, 657 crore claim has been paid because we have been getting a lot of claims due to pandemics, these COVID pandemics. So now we have 657 crore. We have paid more than 600 claims are still pending under the policy. Then from bank side also we have 400 claims. So we are aiming to settle the claim of 1,000 crore and above during this year. This is our this aim for this year. We have been supporting to the exporters. This is my message. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Prasad, quickly, 30 seconds.
Yeah. As I have already told that in opening import LC, we have provided a digital solution and the customer can open import LC using our YONO app. This is a product that we are always advocating, and in the month of December alone, our 89% of import LC opening has happened through this digital mode. So here we are targeting to reach 100%. Wherever it is not possible, we would be okay, but we want to reach to the level of 100%. This is the prime target that we have set, and eForex is also one product platform which provides the opportunity to the customers to take rates sitting from the comfort of his home or office. So these two things, digital, we are pushing, and we want the customers to take full advantage of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prasad. Mr. Shah, 30 seconds. What are the opportunities or I would say interventions you see going forward?
Yeah, so for DRIP and for everyone, I feel factoring as a product is sort of underpenetrated in the Indian market. So with less than 1% or 2% using such services, I think there is a lot of opportunity to use technology and mobile solutions to penetrate more. And also the use of data to actually underwrite risk and provide finance to SMEs who are largely underserved. I think just that and just doing that should help a lot of exporters grow their business.
Thank you all of you, the speakers. Really a wonderful session. Now I'd like to hand over to Dr. Roy Chaudhary to have his concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Moitra. I have gone through the communications by each of the speakers, and I have learned a lot. I have taken a lot of notes. But what seems to be coming out as a whole is that one thing is that, of course, we had been impacted by the pandemic. And because of the impact of the pandemic, initially trade was lower. But it is heartening to note that now it is going up. And it was more heartening to note that for West Bengal, the data shown by Mr. Shah shows that there is a V-shaped recovery. So, which means that things are, not bad, and it is moving towards the positive direction. But one thing that I think pandemic has given us is that it has helped us to understand that if we are in a crisis, what should be done? I mean, it was a crisis which was bold from the blue. And then we didn't know how to react. But then I think that, all the institutions, Exim Bank, ECGC, then, companies like Drip Capital, SBI. So everyone has come forward with what I found out is very innovative products. So what is the hallmark of those innovative products? I think one is, tackling the, liquidity crisis. Second, tackling it remotely. And I think third is, basically, attempting to address the people who are more impacted. And I think there the MSME comes. So I think, so that's the learning from the crisis, and that will help us in the future also if we face similar kind of crisis, and we now know that, what can be done. So I think that is a very heartening thing to note. And then, of course, what I've seen, through your discussions, and, so there are very, very innovative products which have come up, like, I think the, SBI's product E-Forex, then the government came out with the product GCL, and then products which have been shown by Mr. Shah, then the products which has been shown by Mr. In ECGC, Mr. Anbadasan, where he is talking about mostly the micro exporters. So they have done a lot for the micro exporters, and coverage from them is actually even more than for the normal exporters, which is very heartening to know. And I think that that played quite a substantial role in bringing the trade back to where it is today, and it shows us a lot of hope that it is even going to be higher in the near future. So I think we can, given, all this, what I've learned from all of you, so it gives us a lot of hope about the future. And not only about, so what we can see that in the world over that, and what I think Mr. Ramesh has quite aptly pointed out, that our exports composition have changed. So naturally, when there is a pandemic, and so naturally the products which are more income elastic, their demand is going to come down, and products which are less income elastic, their demand is going to go up, because people are then going to concentrate on more on products and services which are essential. So that's what is happening. And so going forward, so I think 2-3 things should be kept in mind by the exporters. One, we should be more concentrating on products which are essential, because that's in the near term, the demand for them are going to go up. And as we have also seen pharma, naturally, because of the pandemic. So there the demand is. So when we are looking at how to target products and how to target markets, 2 things I think should be kept in mind. One, the income elasticity of demand of the products and services. And number 2 is definitely that which are the countries which are less impacted by COVID, or which have been able to control the COVID in a better manner. So I think when we are targeting markets and products, these things should be kept in mind. And naturally, as you have seen, all these institutions are there to help you out. So they are helping you out in all possible ways, so that the business don't stop. Even if you're trying to restructure, that also can be restructured. There is finance for restructuring. So I think these are, very, very heartening things to note. So I will start with thanking Mr. Ramesh, DMD Exim Bank, for coming here and sharing his views. And we have learned a lot from you, sir. Then Mr. Anbadasan, Executive Director, ECGC, thank you very much for coming here and sharing your views. I hope that all the participants have learned a lot from you. Then Mr. Prasad, DGM SME Exim from SBI. We have also seen that how SBI has reoriented themselves and become more customer friendly, become more digital, and coming up with more innovative products. And then, of course, Mr. Shah, it was heartening to note that drip capital like companies are there, and they are doing much better than our conventional companies. So it was very heartening to note, and thank you for coming here. And lastly, Mr. Moitro, for very ably guiding the speakers and keeping the time. So I thank you. Thanks also is due to him. So I will now hand over the session to Arnav.
Thank you, sir. We must mention that we are also grateful to all the audience for their participation, and also all our esteemed sponsors like event partner Exide, diamond sponsor Indian Exim Bank, gold sponsors SBI and Holdia Petrochemical Limited, silver sponsor TMIL, ECGC, Power Enterprise, and Steel Authority of India Limited. With this, I'll conclude this session, and we will be sharply back at exactly at 2 o'clock, and with a special plenary session on what we consume, what we trade, Atmanirbhar Bharat, preparedness for global play, and ensuring the new normal trade growth of India. Thank you all. Thank you.
we are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত আদিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And this needs to be, there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact, because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আপিস পাড়ার খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আপিস পাড়ায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars, but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত আদিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And this needs to be, there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact, because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chatterjee.
Yes, good afternoon.
My name is Shaurabh Datta. I spoke to you yesterday.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Mr. Lamba, good afternoon. Mr. Gupta, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Mr. Garg has also joined. Good afternoon.
Mr. Garg has joined VC Communication.
Yeah, Mr. Garg is joined.
Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
So we have Mr. Srivastav, who is yet to join.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Good
Yes,
afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It's privileged for us to have you.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll be going live in 3 minutes.
Okay.
And I will just welcome all of you, and I will hand it over to Mr. Saurabh Datta, who is the chairperson of our committee. We have Mr. Shubhachandra Chatterjee, whole-time director, Haldia Petrochemicals Limited. Mr. Anurag Garg, once again, we are starting our special plenary session on what we consume, what we trade, Atmanirbhar Bharat, preparedness for global play, and ensuring the new normal trade growth of India. We have the eminent speakers with us, Mr. Shubhachandra Chatterjee, whole-time director, Haldia Petrochemicals Limited, Mr. MC Agarwal, ED Marketing Sales CMO, unfortunately won't be able to join us for some exigency. Mr. Anurag Garg, VP Logistics, TMA International Logistics Limited. Mr. Alok Gupta, Managing Director, Par Enterprises Limited. Mr. Pramod Kumar Srivastava, Managing Director, Allied ICT Services Limited. The session will be moderated by Mr. Saurabh Datta, Chairperson, International Trade Committee, BCCNI, Senior Vice President, Industrial Sales and Marketing, Exide Industries Limited, and it would be concluded by Mr. Sanjay Lamba, Regional Head, India Exim Bank. Over to Mr. Datta.
Good afternoon, and thank you for all our eminent speakers to join us. This is a very interesting session because here we have, on one hand, that we would like to reduce our imports, like to consume what we make in India, the main focus of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And on the other hand, we have to reduce our trade balance as well. So we need to export more than what we do now. And as everyone knows, already there is a problem of lower imports resulting in shortages of containers and allied problems. And if we increase our exports further, how are we going to manage it? How will this whole dichotomy be managed? So we are going to discuss this in details in today's session. First, I would request Mr. Chatterjee to, sir, please give us address and let us know your views on this, please.
Thank you very much for the entire panel of speaker. How long I can speak? 15 minutes?
Thank you, sir. We have till 3:25. We have one speaker less, so you can take your time. No problem, sir.
Right. Now, thank you for inviting me, BCCI management, and in today's topic that what we consume, what we trade, Atmanirbhar Bharat, preparedness for global play, and new normal trade growth in India. So we in HPL are, we consume, main raw material is naphtha, which is a product of refinery. And being a petrochemical complex, all grades of naphtha are not acceptable. So it is a special type of naphtha, which most probably is called premium grade. So initially when we started the plant, that time it was 80% import and 20% domestic, because that quality is not available domestically. So what we used to do, we import 80% and blend it with the local IOC, Haldia and other products, and try to match the specification for naphtha crack. So gradually we went for some other actual producer. We always purchase from the actual producer because the amount of import is very high. We import something like 2 million tons of naphtha, out of which most probably 80% means 1.6 million tons of import, and another 400,000 tons is domestic. Now, over the years, what we have done, we have modified the processing conditions, and now we have now we are using something like 65% imported, so that as you have mentioned, sort of that we have to reduce the import Atmanirbhar Bharat. So we have reduced it to 65% import and 35% domestic. How you do? Because of, I said that, by changing the parameters of operation. Our total requirement is 2 million tons, out of which 65 means 1.3 million tons of naphtha we purchase, and we always purchase from no intermediary traders. We always go to the actual manufacturer, like ADNOC from Abu Dhabi, KPC from Kuwait, Aramco from Saudi Arabia, or Qatar. And sometimes we used to import from some of the Southeast Asia. And domestic is from BPCL, IOC, and also MRPL. So this is the main raw material for us. Besides that, we have other this thing. The most important thing is a paraxylene, because HPL has for the last 4 years acquired a company called Mitsubishi Chemicals, PTA. So there the entire paraxylene, which is imported, which is most probably is 1.9 million tons, is entirely imported because the domestic price is very high. So the total value of import, or total value of our raw material itself, is something like 9,000 crores for MCPI and PTI and also HPL. Besides that, we also import methanol, small amount of hexane, and MCPA also imports some acetic acid. But these are all, we always go for a actual production unit. Besides that, we also import catalysts, chemicals, and so this is a input. And output products are we export polymers, which is most probably, uh, polymer export is to the extent of 1.8 million tons we export. We export a lot of chemicals, which are very high purity, like benzene, butadiene, pi gas, which is an additive to the gasoline, and then MTBE. Besides that, our another big import is the bags, because our 25 kg bags are used, which are actually is a downstream unit. We supply them the raw material like polymers in the form of a pellet, and they produce it's some sort of a conversion. They produce the bags as per our specification, and with all the printings and other things. So we supply them the raw material, they give us the bags. So there is no interruption so far over the last 20 years of our operation. Besides that, we also operate lot of spares, which is every year we used to import 30 to 40 crores worth of spares, which is required for a complex like HPL. Recently, we have added another company, which is a Garden Silk, where our PTA produced at MCPI. We used to export. We used to supply them, and they consume a huge quantity of PTA. So it is, you can say, this is some sort of a forward integration. And second is that, regarding the Atmanirbhar Bharat, third item, Atmanirbhar Bharat, I think, we are doing that particular thing by reducing and optimizing usage of all the materials. And we are HPL is the only, they are number one in the entire in domestic parlance. We are number one in terms of energy consumption per ton of ethylene, compared to all our competitors. Second, we are 14th in the world in terms of energy consumption, and availability and the operating rates, those are all more than 100%. Whatever we produce, we used to sell. Problem is there, like as you are aware, now the trade between China and India, because of the vessel availability and the container availability, this is a little bit of problem in terms of polymers. Still we are having a good client base in China, and we have an office in Singapore, which most really takes care of that particular idea. So the garden is recent acquisition, which most probably will have a additional turnover of 4,000 to 5,000 crores. Besides HPL and MCPI combined together will be something like 25,000 crores. Now, recently, just garden is the domestic. So recently in order to have a Atmanirbhar Bharat, where we thought that innovation is one item which most probably will create some sort of a, uh, uh, developing new products. So we acquired a company called Lamas, which is a technology company, 110 years old, and having 130 process know-how and 3,700 patents in the refinery and petrochemical field. So they are one of the leaders in the technology supply. So it's now become an Indian company. So that is, so by this acquisition, we whatever now the entire oil and petrochemical industry, especially with the advent of higher crude price, then renewable energy, and then mobility wise the battery operated cars, those are coming. So the question of upgrading in order to contain pollution, we have to upgrade the quality of both diesel as well as the petrol. So we are gradually, Government of India has taken an initiative that, all the refineries that are produced Euro 2, now they are going for a Euro 6. So this gap of Euro 2 to Euro 6, there is an enormous amount of energy, technology that is required with a huge investments. So that is one area where this Lamas technology will be a very great help. And second is that Government of India, because of our large population, our per capita consumptions of polymers is something like 6 to 7%, whereas in China it is 125%, 137% in US, and in Europe it is something like 70%. So the question is a lot of catch up to be made. So the question is, government have now identified that chemical industry, and especially the production of polymers, which most probably is going to be added every million ton refinery is same as what we produce at Haldia, the same capacity. That every year we require one polymer plants for next 5 years in order to go up to 15% consumption this thing. So this technology acquisition definitely is no point reinventing the wheel. So the 110 years old company, by that you acquire, this opportunity never comes. It comes once in a very once in a blue moon it comes. So we thought of having this thing because we are using their technology, and it will be some sort of a forward and backward integrations. The technology supplier, they design the plant, somebody else build the plant, and then afterwards everybody forgets about this thing. It is a operator who runs the plant and sell the product and make profits. But every time if you go for any sort of advice, any sort of retrofitting, capacity increase, energy consumption, reducing energy consumption, you always have to go to these technology supplier. So by this particular, the acquisition, I think there will be a lot of flow of technology uh, easily to India, and second, there will be a large scale generation of employment, and most probably the capability of building or any retrofit that is required. We have the capability in a downstream, this thing like, towers, vessels and exchangers. Those capacities are already there. So they can, supply, because as I told that, the upgradation of technology, upgradation of the refinery and petrochemical complex, which are 60, 70 years old, most probably they have to upgrade, and a lot of support systems is required, which most probably again will, in order to import those items of equipment that can be produced here. So these are some of these things which most probably I thought that your topic of today's this thing is relevant, and hopefully I think I have covered most of the thing, and new normal trade growth in India. I think there is a tremendous amount of potential for India if we can maintain the quality. Quantity is not an issue, but quality is very important. Like the benzene and butadiene that we produce from Haldia plant, for that matter, any petrochemical plant who are naphtha based, they will produce this particular thing, because in this particular technology, what happened, it undergoes a tremendous amount of shocks. Shocks in the sense from plus 1500 degrees centigrade to minus 167 degrees centigrade. So the question is, if any impurities are there, those are got removed. So the quality is very important, and you won't believe that our products are sold in premium, especially for pharmaceutical industries. And since we don't have the SBR and PBR plant very many, and butadiene that is required for all these synthetic tires and other thing, those are also been sold to country like Middle East, Southeast Asia, where they are having a huge tire companies. They buy our product because of the quality. So with that, I think I have covered more or less all the points, and if any question session is there, I will be very happy to.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. Mr. Chatterjee has shown us that Haldia Petrochemical has used technology, innovation, and quality. These are the three important parameters for an Atmanirbhar Bharat, for import substitution as well as for exports.
Yes, sir.
I have one question for you, sir.
Yes.
Would cost be as important a factor as these three, or you would consider the cost of our products, quality would take a precedence over cost?
First of all, you have to find market, because that market is because of the quality. And international trades are always done on a certain cost. That is, every week there is a organization called Platts or Argus. They fix the price. So whether it is import parity price or export parity price, that depends on. If it is import parity price, that means all custom duty and protections each individual country is having. So those are getting added. And export parity price means there is no custom duty. It will be just living on a FOB basis. So the question, price is almost, your inputs are in dollarized term, output is also in dollarized term. So the question is, fluctuations in foreign exchange doesn't make any difference. Only okay.
Right. Thank you, sir. But Ms. Chatterjee also mentioned that they have also faced a problem with the import and export because of the container issue.
Yes.
So we have two points of the shipping industry, of the logistics industry in our panel today. And this is a burning problem, and I will now ask them to give their views and propose some solutions as to how we can tide over it, what has to be done, what the government needs to do, what the industry needs to do. So I would first request Mr. Garg to give his views on this, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. Specifically on the issue of containers, I went, since we discussed this yesterday, I went through the reports of Drury Maritime UK. And yes, there is a shortage of container, but if it is any solace, we are not the only one. All exporters, including Malaysia, are suffering from it. As a matter of fact, China also has the same problem. And the shortage today is not of containers. See, today, if you see in the language, they call it equipment. There are about 40 million containers worldwide available for trade. And each year, China, of course, there was a slump in production last year, but now normally China produces 3 million new containers each year, and they practically have the 95% of market share. So of course, more container supply is coming, but today the problem is that there are just too many empties at the wrong place. And shipping lines do not want to, or rather don't want to add logistics cost of bringing empties to various destinations. So this problem, it seems, will continue for another 3 to 4 months before things are stabilized. It may not go to the same convenience as it was previously, but things should stabilize in another 3 months or so, because factory orders are strong in China till first quarter of this calendar year. After that, the visibility is not so high. So overall, things should work out after 3 to 4 months, but immediately there are really no solutions to container shortages, because unless, see, one thing we have to remember is the container trade works in various trade lanes. So for example, if a ship loads in China, then comes to India, then goes to Sri Lanka, then goes to Malaysia, then goes to USA, we can probably manage or attract for them to skip a few ports in between and come directly to India. So that way more capacity and containers will be available. But then essentially this is a zero-sum game. Some other country will suffer. So my point on container shortage today, which is a very genuine issue, is that it will take at least 3 months, but things should settle down. There is seriously no shortage of physical equipment. Repositioning costs are high. And repositioning costs are high because shipping lines in the first half of last year simply were running what is known as blank costs, which means they were skipping ports, there was not enough volume. So the whole system has gone haywire, which now they are streamlining. And suddenly in second half of last calendar year, there is a surge in exports globally. It is not only India. So this has caught everybody by surprise. I mean, they reduced their shipping fleet or time by almost 30%, and now suddenly there's so much surge in volume that there's an equipment mismatch. So all I can assure the trade is based on knowledge that there is no really shortage of container at global level, but there will be pockets where streamlining is needed. So this will take care of the immediate problem. Now coming to the larger issue of Atmanirbhar Bharat and what logistics plays a role. See, to attract for Atmanirbhar means we have to be competitive. It's not that government is going to give too much of protection to domestic industries. And our competitiveness has to come partly from manufacturing and partly from logistics. Now, a very good indicator of how inefficient or efficient we are is that logistics cost as a percentage of GDP in India is about 13.5%. Surprisingly, the same cost as GDP in China is 14.5 or 6%. It's not that China is very competitive logistically, but overall their goods are still very competitive. In developed countries, the same ratio is 8%. So we have a lot more ground to cover. Now, the mistake all of us tend to make is that we think that better infrastructure, better connectivity, not likely, because if you see why we are uncompetitive, 13.5% of GDP cost, 6 to 7% is transportation cost, but another 5.5 to 6% is the indirect cost, what is called the inventory costs in the system, and balance are administrative cost 0.5%, 1%. Compared to developed countries, our transportation costs are roughly same, 5 to 6%. Overheads are same, 0.5%. We are very uncompetitive in what is known as the inventory costs, because this is indirect cost in the system. And this is where we tend to, that's why our logistic costs are high. Now, why are inventory costs high? Because there is reliability of system is very low. We do not know how much time a truck or a train will take to reach from point A to point B. So we build buffers. We put too much inventory in the system so that it is maal to pahunch jaye sahi jagah, sahi time pe. So this is essentially the inventory carrying cost which system has to bear with. And partly after GST things have improved because now the trucks take shorter time to turn around. So system inventory has declined, but the biggest cost reason why we are uncompetitive and why Atmanirbhar Bharat needs a very competitive logistics industry is we need to cut down on our inventory cost in the system. By so now again coming to inventory, there are typically any manufacturer will know when you sell that there is a cycle, there is a standard inventory cycle because you make predictions on the demand and then you inventorize. That inventory can be reduced probably through digital intervention, monitoring the customer demand. But then there is a question of buffer inventory because you don't know the peaks. So, and it is here how to handle buffer inventory. We need large sort of distribution warehouses, which post GST things have definitely helped it, but we still have a long way to go. This buffer warehouses concept has not really taken off. So till that happens, we will be struggling with high inventory cost and high GDP, high logistic cost, which while lower than China in terms of GDP, will not compensate for the high manufacturing costs we have. I mean, our electricity costs, infrastructure costs, or our manufacturer faces, they have their own challenges. So this is the sum and substance. Now, how it is reflected and why it dovetails with Atmanirbhar Bharat is, you know, for a soap or a shampoo or a car you buy, the finished good, the embedded logistics cost in India is close to 18%. In developed cost, it would be just half of it. So we are paying 18% logistics cost or uspe 18% GST, right? As a finished consumer. So this is where we need to, so this insight, which of course a lot of it is available public, is what we need to work on instead of harping only on infrastructure. So this is one point I want to make, that reducing the system inventory cost through digital intervention, through better buffer management, which a manufacturer can do, infrastructure already in place, is a better way to do. Secondly, our trucking costs can come down 1 or 2% lower, although they are quite comparable today to even developed world in terms of percentage of GDP. But trucking costs, again, there's a misnomer, we need better road, more highways, which is true, but we have having better roads than I for the last 10 years. But the biggest problem today is that there is shortage of skilled truck drivers. Truck drivers suffer from fatigue, they take unnecessary break. they are sick at times, they take long leaves, go to their native village. So today the ratio of truck to driver is almost 1:1 in India, which means a big part of your trucking fleet is sitting idle because there are no drivers available, and this problem has been compounded by COVID-19. Drivers have simply gone home. So this is the reason. So Atmanirbhar Bharat would necessarily mean that we need to invest in driver training and upgradation skill. I mean, a company like Rivigo, for example, has such model where they invest in drivers, ensure that drivers don't stay long and overnight. So all this is, in my view, is what we should look at in terms of dovetailing the logistics with Atmanirbhar Bharat. It doesn't require too much of investment as such in infrastructure. Now, coming to another aspect, see, when, and this is the irony of that when we export and we load containers and ship, the cranes we use are all Chinese. ZPMC is the biggest crane manufacturer, and probably 80% of India container cranes are made by ZPMC. So this is where an aspect which I will request BCCI also to draw government attention, that this is where we should start. Lot of port-based equipments should necessarily, if we can encourage competitive manufacturing in India, will be very useful, and it will help in growth, because today everything is imported from China and they are cost competitive. If not China, maybe from Germany or somewhere, and these are all multinational brand names. So we need to have more dependence on Indian equipments. So it's kind of ironical that we want increased exports, but the crane which loads the export is not made in India. So this is an aspect which I would request BCCI also to draw government attention to. Point. So to sum it up, sir, in short, if you are looking at a solution to container shortage, I expect trade should wait 2-3 months. Medium term, we should encourage container manufacturing in India. And see, today China has a capacity of about 3 to 3.2 million TUs per year. So these containers, when they come out of Chinese factory, automatically get stuffed with exports and leave China. So Chinese exporters have that advantage. There is no repositioning cost of those 3 million containers at least, which everybody else in the world has those costs. So my suggestion would be, if we can look at port-based, SCZ-based, some sort of large container manufacturing, initially supported by sort of government incentives, so that we also become suppliers to world. And of this 3 million TU, sir, there are only 2 or 3 manufacturers in China who produce all this. It's not it is a fairly organized sector. So the same model can be replicated. So we can have our own container manufacturing in a competitive, let's say SEZ or some sort of atmosphere, where we can, which will help in logistics. Thirdly, the same container manufacturing can also be used to convert a lot of domestic cargo movement to containers. See, today the level of containerization and domestic movement is very small, which means multiple handlings. Every time you load a truck, unload a truck, shift to a smaller truck, yeah, this happens, especially in the distribution chain when you are, shifting from one truck to another. So that part also can be taken care of through the containerized cargo. So it's my humble submission that BCCI can probably put forth these views of to government that Atmanirbhar Bharat would definitely need a container manufacturing facility, large equipment manufacturing facility for loading the containers in the ship or unloading from the ship, which today are all coming from China. And of course, the bigger picture we need not miss is we can be competitive only when we reduce our inventory cost in the system. Our trucking cost can be reduced, is being reduced, but that is hardly going to make 1% difference from that 13.5% of GDP. It is the inventory holding cost which we need to work on. And this is where my suggestion would be some sort of platformization. A digital platform can be helpful, but each manufacturer, levers will have its own way of working, and XYZ, every company. So there is one area where we need to work jointly. So this is all I have to say. If any questions, I'll be more than happy to.
Thank you, Mr. Garg. You have made a very enlightening presentation, and you have touched on the high logistics cost. You have also mentioned about container manufacturing in India. Interestingly, in the morning, Mrs. H.K. Joshi, the CMD of Shipping Corporation, she said the similar thing. And we unfortunately do not have Mr. Agarwal with us, because in that case, our question to him was, because it is primarily a product of steel, so it should not be a very difficult thing to manufacture. In your view, is it a very difficult thing to manufacture containers in India?
Sir, a few years back, almost 10 years back, I tried working out the costings in an acided atmosphere in India. I was working for one of the private special economic zone. And what I found is that by the time that you assemble, the cost of raw material for a container is essentially working out to be same at which China sends a finished product. See, today the container price is, let's say, from X factory is $2,500 per TU. $2,500 per TU, at least 10 years back, it was not working out, that price. For example, steel, it requires a special grade of steel called Corten steel, which is manufactured, I think SAIL or any other company, they do manufacture Corten steel. Then the wood comes from Malaysia. So there are various components, but I think it is doable if we have scale and some sort of, just like if you remember in electronics, government has provided PLIs, something similar. If it is worked out, I think we have enough entrepreneur skills to get it up and running, because it's always a matter of scale. See, if 3 Chinese manufacturers are manufacturing 3 million, means 1 million each, which is a good scale for a container.
Okay, right. Thank you, sir.
Right.
I now go to Mr. Pramod Kumar Srivastav to give his views on the logistics and how it can dovetail with Atmanirbhar Bharat. You are on mute, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you, and thank you, Mr. Saurabh, BCCI, and everyone in the panel. I really very much happy that I have been given opportunity to share my view. Atmanirbhar Bharat is one of the dream project of the present government, and it is very much, very much important, because we have only gone for cheaper version of the life. So having said that, we request our submission or our suggestion would be to the trade that to know the actual cost of everything. So we have enjoyed free freight, we have enjoyed less freight. Now we are experiencing highest freight. I am experience of having 30 years in the shipping trade. I have never seen this type of situation happening where the shortage of containers has emerged. We have incidentally having a manufacturing plant of containers in Haldia, that being closed, having problems. So, and plus other reason would be there, I don't know, having much details, but we were having this production, and that production was mainly buyer was that time was USSR, United States of Russia. Actually, that time of Russia was there. So with this said that, because we have found that Atmanirbhar Bharat will bring not only the manufacturing people into a place where they have to produce a quality product, but they also require a service which is seamless by various government agencies, so that they concentrate on their working of manufacturing only. They don't have to go away. So single window is very much required, which is to be made by government, and government should make it easy for coming out with all sorts of services which is required by an entrepreneur. Under Atmanirbhar Bharat, he has to maintain a proper quality, because we always run for the cheapest and cheapest, so on. So having said that, although my Anuragji has already said it about, and you have, Saurabhji, you have said that SCI chairman Madam has already explained about the shortage of containers. Let me give you the brief. Actually, in India, there is lack of container manufacturing hub, because this is to be developed based on the requirement, based on near to the port area, and it is to be developed. There has been a setup of policy by the Ministry of Shipping in Gujarat, and everything comes to Gujarat, that is also very good. But we also not being far behind. We should government should consider all the place development. So ministry has recently formed a committee to examine the manufacturing hub at Bhavnagar. So that is in Gujarat. So this is a realistic current position. Most of the empty containers, I just wanted to tell why the freight has gone up. First of all, there is a blank sailing, there is a withdrawal of the ship from the mainstream. So that is created a shortage, and empty container normally are being brought in from the surplus area, USA, where the cargo has been cleared and returned. The empty container has taken much longer time. So, and plus driver shortage has further widened the gap. And with this situation, we used to import containers from China, and which is again a 40% cost on the freight, which is again a study of the government, which is says that. So having said that, the situation would be has to be thought of in that way that we must have the container hub at all the location of the ports where the container should be manufactured, and they give shipping line instructions that they should buy Indian containers if they don't have containers at the time being, and so that the seamless movements carries on there. Plus, I have to urge all the ports here that they should concentrate themselves in giving quick turnaround time to the vessel, because their port service should not be restricted on delivery and all that, which government has the policy of DPD. That is fine. That I am not against DPD policy, but I wanted that port should more concentrate on the services where they can evacuate the vessel very quickly, because that is the best part of doing the work. And at the same time, the custom initiation is very welcome steps of faceless assessment, which will give away. We have lot of hitches at the initial points, but I assure you all that points will be really being handled at the toppest level of the CBIC, and things are settling down, and we will see further improvement. That 15 days assessment time now has been reduced to approximately 3 to 4 days. So that will also be reduced, hopefully. And plus the certificate of origin, everything is having digital checking. So having said that, that process is ultimately going to be eased up. So port, if they can evacuate through DPD directly, it's fine. Otherwise also, they should not give any time to customer. If their documents are ready, they can clear the cargo from the port itself, which will reduce the cost. And at the same time, otherwise, if documents are not ready due to any reason, they should be container to be moved to CFS and ICDs, respective ICDs, as per the wishes of consignee. So these are important things, because these are directly or indirectly, they are pushing towards the delay. So we want transaction cost to come down. Now the freight rate, which has gone up by 60%, 40% freight rate has gone up. So why it has gone up? Because total ecosystem has changing. Total ecosystem is changing in respect of logistics is concerned. And we are proudly to say that all logistic companies are very much trying their best to give their service to the importer and exporter. And I urge government also that they should continue to use this ready infrastructure facility. Now suppose government has come out with Atmanirbhar Bharat for a single person who can have the ready-made bonded warehouse. Inside that bonded warehouse, he can put up his manufacturing unit under Section 65 of Custom Act. So that is a great help under Atmanirbhar through a logistic provider, where they can easily take the warehouse on rent, and they manufacture the things which they import for selling it to the out of India. So this is a very quick process. Every infrastructure is just ready. you don't have to think that it is require much time to acquire the infrastructure of bonded warehouse or making of so much, because everything is ready. Water is there, electricity is there, the shades are there, so you can buy that because these infrastructure are available. We have asked the government that they should come out with the policy of these things. So Atmanirbhar Bharat is linked with various things. We have to develop our skill also, and we have to learn new skill also. And with this, I just offer my thoughts to you people. And I thought that I am very much confident that this situation is not going to over in 3 months. I am telling you, this situation of shortage of containers will be there for longer period. I don't want to go and debate how much time is required, but it is going to be longer because this is the first time in India that we have export more than import. So it has never happened in the earlier stages. So you don't see any, we must have the manufacturing hub. That is one of the solution, but it is not immediate. And otherwise we have to face consequences. We have in Calcutta region, this Calcutta port is important. We must concentrate to dredge it properly, and through a permanent dredging, we should have that vessels coming little bigger size, because dredging, and I congratulate Port Trust also, but they are loading the vessels in Sagar now, where they are pulling the containers in a barge to the Sagar and then they are loading it up. These are the good steps, but we have to do the proper infrastructure to use them in a proper way so that cost can go out, because many of the exporters, I am proudly to tell you, or just to support the trade, we are sending containers from ICD Durgapur to Bombay. And we have already done 35 40-footer containers, and it is a cost. It is going, although, but why? Because the vessels are not coming and not accepting the booking in this route. So why the exporter is deprived of? So these are the situation, and as well as opportunity through Atmanirbhar. But Atmanirbhar has to be in line of the administration also, because only thinking good. If somebody asks me, at young people come to me, sir, what I should do with this? I told them, look, go and do this. He said, oh my God, if I go there, it will take immense time to get the approvals and all that. So something is good also. You have to choose among any one of them. I strongly feel that there is a huge opportunity to India, and we are going to bounce back like anything, because I can say that you will see the bounce back, that we are growing with double-digit GDP definitely by next year. So this I can predict, but at the same time, we request all of us that we should try to understand the situation, make ourselves ready for it, and opportunity. Government should think that what are the opportunity which can be availed, which can be given to the public or private or government, because I agree these problems will be there, and it is a continuous process of improving ourselves. With this, I just made a pause here. For further discussion, if required, I will be available with you.
Pramodji, you have also mentioned what Mr. Garg has said, a higher cost of logistics, but you have differed in the your view that this problem of container shortage will continue. Okay, but I have a question for you. One is the container. The second part is the frequency of ships which come to India.
That's right.
Now, if you see, I have heard of reports, I am not very sure, I have heard of reports that the trade between China and USA and China and Europe has restarted. And it is going to divert ships further, because trade from China and India has come down. As you have said, imports have been more than, exports have been more than imports. So do you think that this shipping issue, the frequency of ships, the availability of ships will be there, or what is your view on that?
As regard to one thing I missed out, I would tell you that there is a train service to Iran from Calcutta also. So we have to, there is a service available which is run by Concord, and we are sending containers to Iran, although the trial run has been made, but we have not able to do it commercially so far. But there are provision that the cargo up to Iran can go by rail. This is one of the new area which is there, and government is very much pushing that with lot of incentive and all that. And secondly, we are recently open up for Bangladesh. That train is going regularly now from Calcutta at Mazarhat and Durgapur also. It is going in by rail, where the containers are being given by Concor and it is going there. And now the cost, when it started, that cost was not that good, but now the cost has been thought of properly under long persuasion, and it was there. So Bangladesh is one of the area where the movement has started by rail, so that the congestion, the state government also need to come here, because state government lot of issues are there where the third country, the neighboring countries work is under them, so they should also require to come up. But as regard to your question is concerned, the containers which are going to be a shortage continuously, it is only because that import and export imbalance, because I have not seen personally the shortage of container to this extent that the containers, somebody has to wait for the cargo for 15 days. This has never happened. So it will going to be there, and solution is longer. It is not going to, freight is likely to increase, and we need to bring vessels, and we have to bring infrastructure, good infrastructure, to bring bigger vessel to Sagar and load things there in 12-month basis, not on seasonal basis. Now it is the loading on the ship from Sagar is not on whole year basis. So this is my opinion about this particular question, actually, what I understood from you.
Okay, thank you, Pramodji. You have again brought in a new angle that container movement can also be done by rail to the neighboring countries. Of course, there will be geopolitical tensions, but this is a new angle which we can think of. So, thank you so much. I would now go over to Mr. Gupta and ask him on his views about Atmanirbhar Bharat with focus on manufacturing and his views on the same. How do we achieve it? Mr. Gupta.
Thank you, Mr. Datta. Good afternoon, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, BCCI, for giving me this opportunity to speak along with the eminent speakers. So the effects of pandemic are both acute and long-lasting, similar to those wrought by economic depression and war. That is why I call this a challenging disaster, which packs a more enduring punch, affecting nearly every aspect of life with its long duration and widespread personal impacts, like the death of loved ones and losses of jobs and business. The pandemic traumas had led to a rise in hopelessness, higher level of anxiety and depression. But parallelly, a lot of fasts are happening, like empty storefronts, but Amazon, Flipkart's big baskets are booming. In fact, the demand surged so drastically that in the beginning of national lockdown, these companies were not equipped to meet this surge. So, business have to do things where people feel it's a safe place to shop. The government cannot do that. The business themselves have to do this. To name a few other firsts are like e-classes for educational institutes, telehealth and medicine, e-banking. Now we are paying through mobile wallet. The hard currency in our wallet is suddenly becoming a trash. So these are all new things we are experiencing. At the same time, hospitality and tourism sectors faced huge losses due to the sudden change in consumption patterns. Brick and mortar models suffered, paving the way for rapid growth of digitization. This resulted in companies to promptly change their policies in order to adapt to this shift, restructuring accordingly. The pandemic is impacting the global economy at a time of major transformational change driven by the digital transformation. The pandemic is triggering economic and social response in a highly digitally connected global population. Estimates suggest that 4.57 billion people are connected to the internet, but also that 5.16 billion or 66% have a cell phone. In terms of shares of the global population aged 14 and over, about 80 to 90% of the world is networked. Online transactions worldwide have soared compared to a year earlier. To give an example, in the week ending on April 20, just after the lockdown, the gain over 2019 was 42%. However, the impact varies hugely between industry segments, ranging from 135% increase in online traffic for supermarkets to a negative 72.9% for tourism in that particular week. The telecommunication system has managed to handle this surge in usage of data, but bandwidth requirements are likely to expand. For example, educational institutes expand online enrollment in what might be permanent shifts away from traditional practices. The pandemic comes at a time of accelerated change driven by the digital transformation. The pandemic induced requirements for immediate social distancing propelled instant adoption of business and social practices that might otherwise have taken a decade to fully take hold in areas ranging from business meetings and the legal routines. Face-to-face interaction will gradually resume as the pandemic is suppressed. However, this will likely be where there are the greatest advantages in terms of exchange of tacit information and the capture of social value. While the new pandemic patterns, as we are conducting the conclave today, will persist, where there are cost and efficiency gains from doing so. The business landscape is changing permanently as some companies exit, while others expand through innovative business design. The massive economic shock of the pandemic is not only accelerating changes that were in the works, but is also deflecting the evolution of the economy in new and unexpected directions by changing market evolutions of supply chain risk and raising national concerns about the robustness of domestic capacities for emergency purposes. Suddenly, certain product categories become obsolete, and there was massive requirement in new ones, for instance, manufacturing of masks, sanitizers, etc. The government of India took serious steps to ensure the safety of the future and safety of its citizens by ensuring that we are well prepared to face the threats posed not only by COVID-19, but also by any similar unprecedented challenges in the future. Its aim is to build an economy that has the capacity to be self-reliant. It began by our country having zero production of personal protection equipment kits in March to producing 2 lakh PPE kits daily. As trade shifts increasingly into digital and digitally enabled models, the legacy infrastructure from the industrial age will often prove to be misaligned with the needs of the post-pandemic digital economy, meaning that some existing infrastructure will be written off on an accelerated basis, while major new investments are mobilized. Another post-pandemic feature will be supply chain restructuring. While much of the discussion is based on repatriation of supply chains, such a move would likely result in highly inefficient approaches to risk management. Redundancy rather than repatriation is required, since networks with distributable surge capacity are much more capable of meeting spikes in global demand for particular goods. The COVID-19 outbreak has brought the globalized world to a standstill. In pre-COVID times, we existed in a world where countries were used to importing all that they could not produce at home, or the domestic product did not meet the expected quality standards. Post-pandemic and the resultant national lockdown, India's economy has taken a massive financial hit. This is aggravated by the vulnerability India has seen both on the economic front and on the borders. Facing uncertain waters, the central government decided to take strong measures to revive the economy via its flagship program called the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, which translates to Self-Reliant Indian Mission. The idea apparently was not to cut off imports drastically, but rather to introspect, evolve, and uplift the industries here at home and make Indian goods popular among Indians again. The policy stresses on making India a bigger and more important part of the global economy, pursuing policies that are efficient, competitive, and resilient, and being self-sustaining and self-generating. The policy should not be misconstrued as one where India would follow measures of self-containment or adopt protectionist policies. To execute these measures, several relief schemes were launched by the government to support industries. The Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan was aimed firstly at providing financial support to the most vulnerable classes of society such as daily wage earners, and secondly, at reviving cottage industries, MSMEs, and local industries, amongst others, by laying emphasis on land, labor, liquidity, and laws. Under the Abhiyan, a comprehensive economic package of rupees 20 lakh crore, which is approximately 10% of India's GDP, was announced. The beauty of this mission is that it concentrates on the revival of every sphere from demand and supply, manufacturing, to bring the Indian economy back on track by focusing on the 5 pillars, namely economy, infrastructure, technology-driven systems, vibrant demography, and demand. Now, core areas of this package of attention is MSME sector. Direct benefit was given to more than 24 lakh MSMEs through the government's policies of imposing strict limits on imported products like sports equipment, toys, chemicals, etc. The government offered rupees 3 lakh crore as collateral-free or unsecured loans to MSMEs with an annual turnover of 100 crores or an outstanding rupees 25 crore. Further, loans of rupees 20,000 crore was proposed to be given to stressed MSMEs to help resume businesses, strengthen the supply chain, and reduce dependence on other countries. It's not only about promoting domestic products and increasing value of the home currency, but also about realizing the true potential of Indian brands and making them global. What is also interesting is the manner in which the idea of a self-reliant India was resonated with the citizens of the country. It appears that the government has been successful in awakening patriotism in its citizens in order to boost demand for local made products. As the world races to find a cure and vaccine for SARS-CoV-2, India is looking to be self-reliant in both development of the vaccine and its mass production. Called by some of the pharmacies of the world, India has largest capacity to produce COVID-19 vaccines. It appears that ventilator production in the country has also been pumped up in the face of the pandemic. Several unlock phases with easing of restrictions have been announced by the government to enable resumption of economic activities while maintaining abundant caution. See, it's basics of economics that demand leads to supply. And this has given a renewed motivation and incentive to a small-scale industry and MSMEs to shine and make a better market for themselves and create more jobs. As the government instills confidence in its citizens and nudges them towards being self-reliant by arming them with the resources to grow, there is hope. After all, that even in the dark times of COVID-19, there is a silver lining of aspirational prosperity, job creation, ramped up production, quality manufacturing, protection of vulnerable classes, and elevation of the middle classes. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude saying that India today is transitioning from a situation where it opened its doors to liberalization and globalization to one where it has to rearm itself to become a competitive manufacturing hub, a self-reliant country that can face war and pandemics, and a comfortable investment destination where the world can relocate to capitalize on its huge and talented manpower and geographic advantages. one cannot look at it as a crude strategy to close down China and replace it with India. It is more of a strategy to make India equally attractive, to make the world believe in the regulatory stability in our country, and to revive the nation and truly put India on the world map. Ladies and gentlemen, I end here, but give you a food for thought. See, now we have one planet and two crises, global warming and COVID. COVID-19 had not displaced the concern over the climate, though it has reduced the media coverage of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. I have one question for you. You are a manufacturer and an exporter, okay, of paint mixing machines. Now, you would be having domestic competition, you would be having import competition, and when you are exporting, you are having competition in the countries where you are exporting. So what is your advice as a manufacturer and exporter? What should companies do?
So in short, if I can inform everybody that we are making a machine which is called color dispensing machines, which are basically used by the paint companies at their point of sales or the retail point where the consumer goes and buys the paints. So these machines are pretty sophisticated machine in terms. It is a microprocessor based machine and software controlled. And we are one of the leading manufacturers giving to all paint companies in India, and we export also a lot of machines abroad. Now, if we see, the domestic market, excepting the first quarter, paint industry, which is, the roughly size is rupees 50,000 crores. Out of that, 50-55% are enjoyed by the reputed companies, 4 or 5 big companies, and the rest are many small paint manufacturers. Incidentally, our machine goes to the major paint companies. Now, if you look at paints, paints business is a quite a complicated and big matrix. Like there are many categories of paints, exterior paints, interior paints. Each category you have 3-4 qualities. Then each paint you have so many shades. Then they are packed in various SKUs like stock keeping units and containers. So overall, it's a very big matrix. So the logistic is a big constraint, and that the paint content companies they face because they manufacture the paints, then they shift it to the depot, and then it goes to the retail, and how that business is. So that is one thing. Another thing is that ultimately, the paint is for painting your house or your factory or the pipeline, whatever. And somebody has to go and paint. So the hygiene thing was another thing, people were not allowing painters to come to house. So these are the constraints there, but it was quickly, taken up by the paint companies, and most of these major paint companies, they shifted and started manufacturing sanitizers and trading masks and PPE kits, etc. Equipped all the painters with them, trained them, and the big companies, they overcome very fast. And since our machines are point of sale machines, that reduce lot of logistic problem, because if you have that machine, you can only have the white and the concentrates, color concentrates in the machine, and to make the paint at the retail place. So the matrix becomes simpler. So with all these, the domestic business started going up sharply from quarter 2. And the last 2 quarters, the paint companies did fairly well. And in fact, the third quarter, they have done slightly better than 2019. So naturally, also we did well. But we also export a lot, and the export was a big hit. Only we have started from last quarter, but the neighboring countries, everything is opened, and business with Bangladesh, Nepal and Sri Lanka has almost come back to like 70%. But other Southeast Asian countries, it's still like 20-25% level what we have done earlier, and Middle East also was not that promising. These are the areas we mainly export. But overall, you can say, what we thought, at the beginning, it was not that bad. But if you ask me personally, that the concept, the mindset have completely changed so far as we are concerned. Like we always used to, think just in time inventory, just in time delivery, just in time payments, whether it is receivables or payable. But now after COVID, we have started all thinking just in case. If it happens again, what to do. So keeping that in mind, we are keeping probably a lot of inventories, buffer, and there is another problem which has aggravated the whole thing is the huge increase of raw material. Like, steel has gone up by 35%, copper 50%, aluminum 39%. And, in this scenario, when, it's always, the overall market situation is still a bit dampened, customers will always look for a same price or a reduced price. And it's very difficult to maintain that. So that is another challenge I think all manufacturers are facing now. So with all put together, we are still in crisis and we are with new crisis, but we are overcoming it. We are not doing bad. And I'm sure in 2021, with the vaccine coming in and the next financial year, things will be better and exports will go up.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. We have had a very interesting and stimulating discussion, and where various suggestions have come for the government to take action or what the government needs to do. While our team in Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry has taken note of that, I would come to all of you once again, starting from Mr. Chatterjee, that what would be the two most important things which you feel companies should do to go to an Atmanirbhar Bharat? You have mentioned it several things in your address, Mr. Chatterjee. So what would be the two most important things you consider which company should do? Sir.
Yeah, we are taking care of most important employees. We have to take care of their health, because they are the people who are producing. So that is a very important thing, and we are taking care of them, supplying all the medicines and all the sanitizers, everything. And the second point is that, most important thing is that, as soon as vaccine comes, you have to see how the entire euphoria that should not come all of a sudden, and that will most probably again spread the same. So we have to be very careful in gradual transition should be the thing, because manufacturing plants and other thing, that will be it is a 7 into 24 hours, so there is no problem. But human being as a whole, I think they should not go overboard suddenly. That's the two things.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Garg, two most important things which you feel should be done.
Sir, typically a logistics company has an asset light as well as an asset intensive model mix. So the two important things which we can do in context of Atmanirbhar Bharat would be, one is digitalize, offer digital not only solution to customer or internal processes so that supply chains are streamlined and the cost is lowered. This is what everybody looks at. And this is definitely, if I am competitive in logistics, I can assure you that Indian manufacturing will become very competitive. We are very enterprising countries to begin with. Our people are good, well trained, so things will work out. The other part is whatever equipment we buy. See, today we operate cranes, but any spare I need, any engine replacement, they all come from overseas. So we need to encourage purchase of Indian equipments to the extent we handle cargo, and give at least market base to any manufacturer. But fact remains that there aren't many Indian manufacturers, and cost component also an issue. So, but this is where I wish, or we wish as logistic companies will be very proud to invest more and more equipments which are all made in India under Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Pramod ji.
I have to only give one suggestion, that there are many infrastructure ready, many lands available at PSUs, at all the properties. This can be immediately utilized for the Atmanirbhar Bharat. And Mr. Anurag has already said about digitalization. So digitalization is a key we are discussing even before COVID also, but it has taken momentum only after during the COVID, and it is on its peak now. So it is very good. So these two things are very much, because there are ready infrastructure which can be immediately used by the entrepreneur under Atmanirbhar Bharat, and it can be used, and the company who has got additional land, they should come forward to encourage Atmanirbhar Bharat, because they all companies, big companies, PSUs have biggest size of land lying idle. So those infrastructure, if they are available with their interest intact, they should offer that land and give to them, because land is an issue for everyone, and it is a challenge. That's why I raised the issue of small Atmanirbhar proposal of Section 65 of Custom Act, where a manufacturer can import the goods, manufacture it from there with the domestic or from the imported articles, and they can export it very easily. But it is for basically MSME sector. This cannot be a large production. So with these two suggestions, I feel that Atmanirbhar system will be motivated and encouraged for quickly. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Gupta, some closing words? Any points you would like to mention?
Can you tell me the question? I was out of network for...
No. What are the two most important things you think the company should do for an Atmanirbhar?
See, we are a small MSME companies, and we are a manufacturing companies, we are OEMs. And what we have learned, through going through this crisis, is that we have to be more self-dependent. And what we have done, that we have started manufacturing some, downstream components together, because we used to rather buy almost everything and assemble. So, there are a lot of things which comes, in our core competency, we are doing that. Number two, we always felt that we are OEMs, that's the end, we make the machines and we sell and we support. But now we have become, vendors also to some companies, utilizing our surplus capacities. Like we have, automated laser machines, we have automated weldings, and these products can go to many industries where there is a mass requirement and where they need, sophisticated kind of enclosures. And we have already started supplying them. So we have widened our base a bit, so that we are not, completely dependent on a specific industry, specific product, and we'll try to maintain these and try to diversify as best as possible, so that, our base is more strong.
Right. Thank you. And I'll just end by, taking one point what Mr. Chatterjee said right now about employees. So I would, consider, people, us Indians, we are very resourceful. There is a Hindi word called Juggar. So we are masters in that. And I'm sure we will be able to make India Atmanirbhar with all our efforts. Thank you so much, our eminent panelists, and I'll hand over to Arnab.
Now I would request Mr. Sanjay Lamba to kindly conclude the session and also the E-Conclave. Over to Mr. Lamba.
Thank you, Mr. Datta. Good afternoon, everyone, dear speakers and participants. or rather participants and speakers in the order of their numbers and their relevance, if I may say that with the kind permission of the speakers. We talked about international trade, we talked about globalization. There have recently been certain issues which were actually working against the concept of globalization. One which I could remember is China-US trade war. Second was protectionism policy, particularly by the President Trump, more detrimental because US being the biggest economy, if they would be adopting to that kind of protectionism policy, it may go against the rest of the world or weaker economy. And last was COVID-19, which created the atmosphere of mistrust, and also because of various restrictions, including travel restriction, etc., local products became the need of the hour, or vocal for local, as was the common phrase given by our Honorable Prime Minister. But we all know that this kind of situation is not good for the economy. This is no brainer. It is not good for the overall global growth, and in short, it is not good for human being. It is not good for humanity. Then we talked about tackling the trade finance. We talked about strategies in the new world. Word was given trade finance, and I was also thinking about investment or even acquisition. Mr. Chatterjee talked about that acquisition also in Haldia. Being cheaper in present scenario, in present world. I will talk about Exim Bank situation. We have been getting requests for reschedulement of existing loan tenor, even for sovereign loan. I am talking about G2G line, Government of India's line of credit and buyer's credit under NEIA. I will not go into much detail about Exim program, Exim products, because Mr. Ramesh, our DMD, has covered many things. But what I was trying to say is that we received the request even from the sovereign for reschedulement, for restructuring of their existing loan, their existing portfolio. That kind of situation may create trouble, or we may say temporary mismatch of cash flow for any lending institution. But whether we should stop growing or whether we should start moving slowly, answer is of course no. It is said that in the business of lending, taking no risk is the biggest risk, or it may be applicable for any business, not only for lending. You would have read that Exim Bank has raised $1 billion recently in the international market, and that too at very reasonable pricing. So we have to be one step ahead of the situation, because we were thinking that kind of reschedulement from the government, from the sovereign. So we have to be prepared for that. I will say that hope and fear cannot occupy the same space at the same time. So invite one to stay. If we are fearful that this reschedulement will happen, that is not the need of the hour, and that is not going to be sustainable. Mission of life is not to merely survive, but to thrive, but to do so, and to do so with some passion, with some compassion, with some humor, and with some style. So let us do that. I'm not going to mention even the deep meaning or central message of various speeches of today, because I think we all know it, or rather few of us would be knowing that even before coming to this event. But still, participation in such kind of event energizes us again, and also sometimes gives us new idea or new perspective. We are definitely grateful to all the speakers for guiding all of us, for their speeches, for their performance, their deliberation. I would hence like to express our sincere thanks to all the speakers for giving excellent coverage to the central idea of the program. Before I stop, I would like to mention one learning from the present situation of pandemic, and one takeaway from this program. Learning, we can say that what to do in the situation of crisis, how to handle a crisis, pandemic, economic slowdown, recession, stagflation, or any kind of negativity. For talking about takeaway, I would resort to one line of Hindi language to speak one line in Hindi to express that in short. माना कि एक उम्र से ठहरी हुई है रात, इंसान हूँ उम्मीदें सहर कैसे छोड़ दूं, सहर means सुबह. Despite all the negativity, despite pandemic, epidemic, tough time, tough situation, crisis, we have to be positive. We have to be energetic. We have to be optimistic. And at last, speakers, friend, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say we all are most grateful to the speakers on this forum. We thank you all for being with us today for this E-event. As I understand, the participation in E-event is not very easy. It's a great pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. With this, we come to an end to the special plenary session on what we consume, what we trade, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and of course, we'll be coming up with a set of recommendations. We'll take guidance from all of you. Our committee will definitely come up with a set of recommendations which will capture the essence of the overall deliberations of the entire program of today. So with this, we wish all of you, all the participants, to have a safe year ahead, and we'll be coming up with with new kinds of program which will be very meaningful to you. With that promise, we would like to thank all the speakers, all the sponsors, and of course all the press media people, and also to all the audience for listening to us. Thanks to all of you. Thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.